Chair Gall, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 7:01 p.m. Welcome to the Monday, June 13th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. For all in attendance today, please note that this Planning Commission meeting is being held using the Zoom webinar format. So you will see the planning commissioners and staff or panelists. Please note that there are several ways to submit comments during the meeting. You may raise your hand in Zoom by clicking on the raise hand button located at the bottom of your screen. Members of the public who are participating in the Zoom webinar by phone can dial *9 to raise a hand. You may also send your comments by email to publiccomment@burlingame.org. Staff will be monitoring emails submitted during the meeting, which will be read at the appropriate time. The length of the emailed comment should be commensurate with the 3 minutes customarily allowed for verbal comments. If you're an applicant or an applicant's representative, I will ask you to raise your hand when your agenda item is up for discussion so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. We ask that you also turn on your video at that time so we can have more clear communication, simulating the experience we would have if we were meeting in person. This meeting is being streamed live on YouTube and will be uploaded to the city's website after the meeting. Agenda item number 2 is a roll call. The record should note that all 7 members of our commission are present this evening. We'll move to agenda item number 3, approval of the minutes. We have meeting minutes to review and approve this evening from the May 23rd, 2022 regular planning commission meeting. Are there any comments or changes or discussion regarding the minutes? I don't see any hands, so could I get a motion for approval? Or shall I just do that myself and look for a second?
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
All right.
Second the motion.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Camarado and a second by Commissioner Say. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Camarado,
Aye.
Commissioner Haran,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmid,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Pfaff,
Aye.
Chair Gall.
Aye. The motion passes 7-0-0. Thank you, Ruben. We'll move on to agenda item number 4, the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Staff has no changes to the agenda.
Okay, and do we have any recusals tonight by the commissioners? No, so
Sorry, I don't have a recusal, but just wanted to make note that I was not present at the March 28th meeting, which I think affects 1766 El Camino Real, but I am up to speed on the minutes and the video for that presentation.
thank you. I too was not present for that meeting, but I have watched the video and feel up to speed on the whole agenda tonight.
I also was not here for the last meeting and have watched the video and the meeting and reviewed the meeting minutes.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to agenda item number 5, public comments, non-agenda. Members of the public may speak about any item not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to suggest an item for a future planning commission agenda may do so during the public comment period. The Ralph M. Brown Act, the state local agency open meeting law, prohibits the planning commission from acting on any matter that is not on the agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and asked please speak clearly into the microphone. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on any item that is not on our agenda? I don't see any hands, so we'll move on to the next item. Agenda item number 6, study items. We have one study item tonight at item 6A, 1430 Palm Drive. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding the project? No? Okay, then let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we have a staff report, please?
Sure. The applicant, owner of One Love Montessori, is proposing to operate a preschool, pre-kindergarten in the existing church building at 1430 Palm Drive zoned R1 and R3. The zoning boundary runs through the middle of the property. A conditional use permit is required for school uses in the R1 and R3 zoning districts. One Love Montessori provides educational and enrichment programming for children between the ages of 2.5 years old to 6 years of age. They currently operate as a home-based Montessori preschool and pre-K in San Mateo and are seeking to expand into a larger space to serve more children in the area. There are 2 floors in the church building, and the applicant is proposing to operate on the first floor only. The existing social hall and stage, nursery, and meeting room would be used as classroom space. A new fence is proposed to enclose an existing lawn area along Fairfield Road and would serve as a playground area for the children. Since the proposed use is not intensifying the existing activities on site, no additional parking is required for the project. The existing parking lot provides 20 on-site parking spaces. An existing parking lot across the street on Palm Drive, also owned by the church, provides 19 parking spaces. There are 2 designated drop-off and pickup zones identified on site, and they include the existing parking lot at the corner of El Camino Real and Palm Drive. This is the one that's adjacent to the church building, and also a portion of the street frontage along Palm Drive. Hours of operation would be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. There's expected to be a total of 45 to 50 children attending the preschool. Including the applicant, there would be a total of 6 staff members associated with the preschool. This concludes my summary of the staff report. Before I take any questions from staff, this is a study item, so you would be asking questions of the applicant for more information, and then it would return as an action item at a future date. Do you have any questions for staff?
Thank you, Ruben. I don't see any hands. So if there are no questions of staff, I'm going to open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project?
Hi, good evening. My name is Rita Enright. I am the owner of One Love Montessori. I actually cannot find where I can put on my video. I'm sorry. Oh, hang on. I think I see it. There we go. Okay. Hi, good evening. So yes, I'm the applicant that is looking to propose starting a preschool, a pre-kindergarten at 1430 Palm Drive in Burlingame. I currently own and operate a daycare at my home. I have 12 to 14 children currently, and I'm looking to expand and move into the Burlingame area to serve primarily working families.
Hey, thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant? Looks like this is going to be easy, Rita. Okay. Do we have any? Oh, Commissioner Say, I'm sorry.
Hi. Yeah, just quickly, I wanted to ask, is there a lock at the gate that's on what street is it? The not Palm, but the other street where you have a gate to the yard?
There is a gate into the entrance of the church building that can be locked. I'm not sure what are the gate you're referring to?
It's let's see.
A chill, maybe?
It's a playground. Like there's a gate going to the playground on Fairfield.
Oh, the fence hasn't been built yet. We're planning to build that, and there will be a gate there, and it will be locked.
And it will be locked. And I see that it's going to be 6 feet tall. Is that correct?
5 feet.
5 plus 1 foot. Where did I see that it was 6 feet tall? Is there like it says maximum height 6 feet.
Yes.
So you're planning to make it 5 feet?
5. Yes, that's the requirement from by the Department of Social Services.
Okay, I see. How does your drop off pickup times, how is that in comparison to McKinley School, if you know at all, like when school's in session?
Well, our drop-off period would be 8:30 to 9, so we have a window. And then we have 2 parking lots and a drop-off area in front of the building. So it's like a staggered drop-off period.
Mhm, okay, great. And then what are the admission requirements? You said you're there to serve the public, but is it a private Montessori? Is it public? Is there tuition based?
Yes, it's tuition-based. It's a private Montessori program.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from the commission? All right, then I will open this up for public comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this item? Do we have any emails, Ruben?
Yes, we did receive, let me just check real quick here. There is one email that came in, but it's a question, so perhaps the applicant might be able to answer this. The question is, can the small lawn accommodate 45 children?
We can actually have 1 classroom at a time, which would be a group of 20 children. The required square footage is 75 square foot per child. So we can have at least 20, 25 children on that lawn area at one time.
So it sounds like the playtime might be staggered then.
Yes,
Okay.
we can rotate the playtime.
Right. And then you also are restricted by state regulations, like you said, 75 square feet per children. Okay.
Yes.
Let me just check to make sure we didn't receive any other email comments. No, that's it.
Okay. Then I don't see any other hands, and if we have no other emails, I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, are there any comments or discussion on the item? Commissioner Schmidt.
I think that this is a good alternative use to the location during different hours. And I think it's a great cause. So, and I don't see anything with the program itself that concerns me about this use.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a great use for the facility during the week when there are no church services. So I don't see any reason to hold this up. We are not making a motion on this, correct, Ruben? This is.
We would actually take a motion. The motion could be to place it on regular action or the consent calendar.
Okay, well, I would just make a motion to put it on the consent calendar with the conditions as stated in the application.
I would second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Chair Gall and a second by Commissioner Schmidt. Is there any discussion on the motion? No, and then I have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Camarado. Aye. Commissioner Haran.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal.
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Commissioner Say.
Aye.
Vice Chair Pfaff.
Aye.
Chair Gall.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0-0-0. Look forward to seeing you on the consent calendar. Congratulations. We'll move on to the consent calendar now. Agenda item number 7, and we have no consent items, so we'll move on to regular action. Our first agenda item is item 8A, 320 Bloomfield Road. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? No? All right, then let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear a staff report, please?
This is an application for design review for a new 2-story single unit dwelling and detached garage at 320 Bloomfield Road, zoned R1. The project proposes a total floor area of 2,713 square feet, where 2,760 square feet is the maximum allowed. The new dwelling would contain 4 bedrooms, 2 parking spaces, one of which must be covered, are required for a 4-bedroom house. The new detached garage provides 1 covered space and 1 uncovered space is provided in the driveway. All other zoning code requirements have been met. This project does include building a new attached ADU within the main dwelling. Staff has determined that the ADU complies with all regulations. I just wanted to remind the commission that the review of the ADU application is administrative only and therefore not reviewed by the Planning Commission. At the Planning Commission Design Review Study meeting on April 25th, the commission had several suggestions regarding this project. The applicant submitted a response letter and revised plans, date stamped June 1st, to address your comments. Suggested findings for design review are found on page 3 of your staff report. This concludes my summary of the staff report. I'd be happy to take any questions of staff if you have any.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Ruben. Are there any questions of staff? And seeing no hands, I'm going to open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project?
Hi, there I am. Okay, yeah, I don't have anything to add. I guess if you guys want to ask questions or have any comments on the response letter, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? It's gonna be a quiet meeting tonight. Oh, Commissioner Say.
Guess I'm the noisy one. Let's see. I just had some follow-up questions. I think one of our comments last time was talking about how to address the drainage at your roof balconies. And now that, there's proposed, I think, bamboo along the perimeter of your balconies. I'm just wondering, I don't see any downspouts on your elevations. Not sure how drainage is being addressed at the balcony as well as amongst the planting areas.
I haven't actually thought about that very much yet, so probably not going to I don't know. I mean, there's the usual options, right? Either downspout or scupper or do it inside the wall, Yeah,
that's what I was wondering, if you had decided on any of those, because we don't see any downspouts on the elevations.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. I just haven't gotten there yet. Yeah.
Yeah, inside the wall seems like it might be a clean solution. I mean, obviously it's up to you to decide, since your exterior design is so minimalist. So just curious about that. And are you planning to plant rows of bamboo?
No, that's just a graphic thing. It kind of depends on how we build the planter boxes. If we do one big linear box or if we do, 3 or 4 smaller ones, I guess that'll kind of determine how clumpy it looks from the street.
Mm-hmm.
I'm leaning towards several smaller planter boxes just because I don't want to have to, get a crane or something to plop them onto the roof there. But yeah, that's just a graphic representation. I mean, the bamboo will look like bamboo.
Mm-hmm. Not like these trees that are in the graphic.
Yeah.
And then I was curious because room number 8 is a bedroom, and the balcony outside this room is larger than the one outside the primary suite.
Yes.
And wasn't sure what there is a reason for such a large roof deck for this bedroom. Did you consider reducing the size of it, since we had commented about kind of our limitation at about 75 square feet per roof balcony?
I did reduce the size of it, but I thought I wasn't subject to that maximum size?
Not necessarily. It was
Oh,
just, it's a
yeah.
guideline that we've had. It just didn't seem to make sense that this one was even larger than the one at the primary suite for.
Yeah, honestly, that's just a function of it being over the kitchen as opposed to the little ADU den. So, you know, it's just the size of the roof, basically.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Yeah, I want to piggyback on the drainage because I think it is important that you get that in there and that it is thought about, because actually if you just added downspouts to this, then I would be less than happy. Because if you just threw some brown downspouts there, it would mess up the rhythm of the architecture and not be a very good solution. And so if you're going to do something that is going to change the look of the outside, I would say that that would require an FYI back to the Planning Commission before you do it, so that you're not caught at the end.
Got it. Yeah, and I was thinking we'll probably send you guys a couple of FYIs anyway with, you know, more refinement to the windows as we start actually talking to you know, window reps or whatever, and make sure we got exactly what sized windows we're actually going to use on there.
Okay. Yeah, it's
So
just,
I'll include that. I'll include that.
yes, it's
If we
just
wind up with
something,
exterior
downspouts can
downspouts,
end
I'll-
up being an opposite color, and it would change things for you if you don't incorporate it correctly. So that'd be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have questions? Okay, then do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? I don't see any hands. Do we have any emails, Ruben?
We did not receive any emails.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, do we have any comments? Vice Chair Pfaff.
Yeah, as someone who was not thrilled the first time around, just because of the bulkiness of what was so close to the street on the corner, and it well, just is a very prominent facade all around. I really think, I mean, beyond the drainage, and those are all really good comments. I think it's been vastly improved. I think the railing looks much better than just the stucco and just some small, it's amazing. You took the height down a bit. The trim has been altered. I mean, it's just the small little things I think have made a great difference. And at least I think we can see them. I can see them, and really appreciate the attention to detail. I think it's going to make a big difference. So thank you very much.
Okay, any other comments? And then would someone like to make a motion? Commissioner Schmidt?
I'll make a motion that we approve this with the findings in the staff report.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Schmidt and a second by Vice Chair Pfaff. Any discussion on the motion? Oh, Commissioner Camerado?
Do we want to have them come back with the gutters, or is that okay? Is that something we just can have them come back after with an FYI? How do we want to handle that?
For me, that would be something where if they're going to change it and make it exposed, if they follow the way the elevations read now and it's internally done, then it's not a problem to us. But if they change the design and do something outside and make an obvious visual change to the facade, then it's something that they should give us a shot at giving them guidance before building it, and us then telling them that they can't have it that way.
All right, so can that just be added to the motion? Just by
Sure.
saying added to the motion? Okay, all right. Any further discussion? Nope, then can I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Camerado. Commissioner Camerado. Commissioner Haran.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal.
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Pfaff,
Aye.
Chair Gall.
Aye. So that looks as if that passes 6-0-1-0. Do we not get a
No.
vote from Commissioner Camarado?
No, I think I heard her say yes, but I didn't actually hear. But can we check your audio? We cannot hear you, Sandy. Thumbs up for yes.
Okay.
Okay. Confirmed. If you
All
can
right.
check
So
your
the
audio.
motion passes 7-0-0-0. An action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by appeal fee of $1,075, which includes noticing costs. Congratulations, and we will move on to agenda item number 8B, 1766 El Camino Real. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Commissioner Schmid.
Yeah, I'd like to note that I had a Zoom meeting with the applicant and their architect and representative, and just to discuss the direction of the project.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Camarado.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Any other ex parte communication? No, then let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes. Can you guys all hear me? Okay. This is an application for design review, state density bonus, approval of community benefits, and development under Tier 3 development standards for a new 8-story, 311 unit residential apartment development at 1766 El Camino Real, zoned North Burlingame mixed use. I'd like to just note that this application was received prior to our January 5th, 2022 zoning code adoption. So this was reviewed under the previous North Burlingame mixed use zoning standards and density bonus. Staff has provided as an attachment those code excerpts for you for reference should you need them. Tonight's meeting is a final action meeting, and the project was first reviewed by the Planning Commission back on March 28th of this year. At that meeting, the Planning Commission had some comments regarding the design, and there were 3 support letters received and 2 letters of concern received by the public. Those comments are summarized in detail in your staff report, as well as the applicant's response. But I would note that the main changes that were made to the project included an updated and simplified design with removal of the color blocking. Corner enhancements were made, and most significant were traffic improvements added at the crossing for El Camino and Truesdale Boulevard, and I'll get into those in a little bit. Just a brief project overview for you. The project site's approximately 1.7 acres located at the southeastern corner of El Camino Real and Truesdale Drive. Excuse me, the site is accessed from 3 sides, from the El Camino Real frontage road, from Truesdale Drive, as well as a through portion of the lot that goes to California Drive. The applicant is proposing construction of a new 8-story, 311 unit residential apartment building. It would include 2.5 levels of below grade parking, with entrance to the parking from both California Drive and the El Camino Real frontage road. Due to the slope of the property, the El Camino, from El Camino to California Drive downslope, there's approximately a 12.5-foot difference in elevation. So the ground floor at El Camino Real, those units actually end up being 2nd-story units as the slopes down towards California Drive. The overall height proposed is approximately 89 feet measured to the top of the parapet. Under the maximum allowed height for the Tier 3 development is 9 stories or 100 feet. So the project is compliant with our height regulations. There are a total of 319 on-site parking spaces proposed. The project would include 37 studio units, 137 one-bedroom units, 120 two-bedroom units, and 17 three-bedroom units. 22 or 9% of the total units are proposed to be below market rate units for very low income households. In summary, the application is requesting approval for design review, density bonus under state density bonus law for 72 additional units for the Tier 3 development. The density bonus does allow waivers to the development standards, and those waivers being requested are for lot coverage, open space, side and rear setback, and use of compact parking space dimensions. The approval also requires Planning Commission approval of the community benefits being proposed for the Tier 3 development. Staff would note that for CEQA under the California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15332, the guidelines are intended to promote infill development in urbanized areas, and this class of infill projects are for projects that are consistent with the general plan and zoning requirements. So based upon evidence provided in the analysis that was included in the CEQA exemption document that was prepared by ICF, who is here this evening if we have any questions, shows that the project is in accordance and is eligible for a Class 32 categorical exemption. And this is based upon the City of Burlingame's thresholds, and that no substantial adverse impacts beyond those discussed in this analysis are anticipated. So because the project meets this criteria, the project is exempt and categorically exempt under an infill development. And there is a notice of exemption that will be prepared for the project, and no further action is needed in terms of the CEQA process. Staff would like to note that given the location of the subject property, which is immediately adjacent to the Burlingame Police Department, the proposed building may have potential impacts on Police Department essential communications. The applicant has been working with the city as well as the police department and their specialized consultants to address this issue. And a condition of approval has been included with the documents before you this evening. And those require the applicant be responsible for the cost of the design and construction for any potential solutions that may occur with a not to exceed amount. There is more information detailing that on page 7, but that is still being worked out, and any solutions would be compliant with our zoning code, and as noted in the staff report, are exempt from any further CEQA analysis. The community benefits that are being proposed under the Tier 3 development standards would include affordable housing. So that would be 9% at or 22 units that would be below market rate for very low income households. Staff has provided a reference sheet from San Mateo County that has the income limits that details that the San Mateo County median income limit and the income restrictions for very low income for your reference. The other community benefit proposed is an offsite improvements. These would include offsite improvements across the street just north of the property at in front of 1810 El Camino Real. There would be bike parking, pedestrian, and landscape upgrades to improve this connection, which is a direct pedestrian connection to the Millbrae Multimodal Station, not just for the subject property, but for any Burlingame residents or anyone that is heading north for public transit. In addition to that, since their first review of this project, the applicant has revised the project to include offsite improvements just in front of the property to reduce the connection on the east leg of the El Camino Real frontage at Truesdale. This is an unsignalized crosswalk, and it's approximately 87 feet long. So the project has been revised to include highly visible crosswalk striping, as well as striped bulb outs on both sides of the corner, the southeast and the northeast corner. And they would also include green traffic posts. These improvements would also include a 6-foot wide striped median with raised plastic delineators. And for pedestrians, this results in reducing an 87-foot long, currently unprotected crossing to 22-foot crossings with one 6-foot median for pedestrian refuge in the middle. And I'd like to note that Public Works and the applicant worked very diligently to include this updated offsite improvement. This came out of a public comment at our study meeting. There was a lot of research that Public Works did to determine if there were more significant permanent improvements that could be put in place. However, given the location of many of our utilities, using any concrete or raised medians or bulb outs were not would not be something that Public Works would approve. So this was the solution that the applicant worked cooperatively with the city on. The last community benefit being proposed is the inclusion of a mode split that is going to be supported by a TDM plan that I'll discuss further. Landscaping for the proposed project is in conformance with the North Burlingame mixed-use zoning, which requires at least 60% of the front setback to be landscaped, as well as 10% of the overall site, and the applicant either meets or exceeds these requirements. The off-street parking requirement is also met. The zoning code does allow a reduction of 20% of the required parking with inclusion of a TDM plan. So the calculation for the parking was 388 spaces based upon the number of bedrooms. Given the TDM reduction, the parking could be reduced to 311 spaces, and the applicant is proposing 319 on-site parking spaces. About 15% of those spaces will be compact spaces, and that is being requested as a waiver. And it's basically 8 foot by 16 spaces, where 8 by 17 is required by code. The proposed project complies with the EV parking requirement, which is 5% of the parking, and the applicant is proposing to have 10% of the spaces ready for EV parking. This application does include a request for a density bonus consistent with state law. The density bonus requires restricting affordable units to a 55-year term. The applicant is proposing to provide 22 below market rate units for very low income households, making 50% of the San Mateo County's average median income. And that would allow for a density bonus of 30% or an additional 72 units over the density permitted under the Tier 3 development standards. Staff has provided on page 12 a summary of how this calculation was done in accordance with our state law. The applicant is requesting a waiver of development standards, which is permitted per the state density bonus law. And for the waiver, the applicant needs to demonstrate that the standards being requested to be waived would otherwise physically prevent the project from being built at the permitted density. There's no limit on the development standard waivers that may be requested. And with this application, the requested waivers include lot coverage at 87.8%, where 80% is the maximum allowed. The open space reduction, 100 square feet per unit, is required by code, and the applicant has 82.71 square feet per unit. Also side and rear setbacks as noted in the development standard table, and the compact parking spaces that I noted with just a reduction to 49 spaces on the parking space depth. In your staff report, you'll see a summary of some of the development impact fees that staff has calculated, and those are included as conditions of approval. In addition, we have provided for you some design or suggested findings for design review. And there are 49 conditions of approval that we have recommended for this project. for Planning Commission adoption. Staff would note that there was a revised resolution that was sent out with change to verbiage in condition number 4 and a correction to condition number 11. And then I would also like to throw in a change to condition number 37. It's a very minor change to a building department condition. And I will just read into record that I will replace condition 37 with the following: that the project approval shall be conditioned upon installation of an emergency generator or equivalent power source or other system acceptable to the chief building official to power the required sump pump system. Staff can revise that after the fact should the Planning Commission approve the project this evening. I also like to note that there was a letter of support that was received by the Greenbelt Alliance that was forwarded to the Planning Commissioners this afternoon. And we just also received a public comment. I can read that into record. Says, hello, I am excited about 1766 El Camino Real. My wife and I live at the top of Truesdale and go through this intersection dozens of times per each week. Conceptually, this is the correct development in the correct place at the correct time. So let's embrace this much needed multi-unit residential development and keep the ball moving forward. Signed, Athen Rebellos. That is all I have for now. That concludes my presentation. Thanks for your patience. And the applicant is here this evening for a presentation, but first, are there any questions that you have of staff?
Commissioner Camarado?
Catherine, thanks. Catherine, did we look and study what type of light? Are there any lights that can be put on that kind of median space at the crosswalk? Because I think, not a lot of people are going to, it's really hard to see people walking across the street. And like the lights we have at the rec center, the ones that go down, it can really show the person not facing upwards, but downwards, light going that way at night. Have we looked at that? Is that something that the city can look at, or?
Are you talking about in the new median where they're going to have the bulb outs? We have not looked at that. I am sure, though, that Public Works has some requirements for reflectors in that area, and some of the paint that is used is also reflective. I'm not sure that they will want to, without a raised median, to have a solid light fixture in there, but that's something that we can research further with Public Works, but they would basically be the final word on that, but I can look into that.
That would be great. I just want to make sure that whoever's crossing, that people can see, with a lot of traffic going down there and with a lot of cars turning in and out. It would be, I'm just being extra cautious with safety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Pfaff.
Yeah, Catherine, just so I understand, a few surrounding heights were sent around for information to our group. And is there a height limit on this particular project, or they can just choose what fits their density and do that? Is there a cap? Is there a height above which they cannot go? Do you know what I mean?
Yes, so 9 stories and 100 feet is the maximum, and they are at 8 stories and about 88, 89 feet.
Okay, wait, 9 stories and how many feet?
100 feet.
100 feet, and they're at 90 is what you said?
88 feet, 8 inches.
88.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay. And that's even, is that because the hospital across the street is quite a bit higher? So like 140, right? Is that what you wrote? So how come one can be so much higher and it's the same zone?
So the North Burlingame mixed use zoning is actually has been adopted subsequent to the hospital rebuild project. And
Okay.
the zoning was, I believe, like Truesdale West, or the hospital might have even been unclassified, which provides it a little bit more flexibility in terms of the overall height.
Okay.
So I don't think, I think they were kind of apples and oranges, if you will. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Say?
Yes, thank you. Back on the conversation about the crosswalk, and also my concern about pedestrians. There'll be, a huge increase in number of pedestrians once this development is built. That area, as you cross Truesdale and continue to the east side of El Camino, the road kind of rises and drops. So it actually, there is a visibility issue with seeing pedestrians cross the street north-south. And so I don't know if you mentioned it, but what about those flashing little yellow reflectors, I guess they are, that once someone enters the crosswalk, that those flash? I don't know if that's a distraction for the residences above, but that would just seem like a good way to make it very clear that someone is in the crosswalk.
Okay, and is this at the bulb out that they've now added to their project? Is that where you're talking
Yes.
about? Okay,
Crossing Truesdale, north.
going north to the 1810. Okay,
Right.
so I would have to, again, defer to Public Works. I like the idea. I just don't know. Sometimes there has to be warrants for them to install such things. So I couldn't guarantee that that's something, but we can ask them about the flashers at this bulb out, if that's an option.
That'll be great. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions of staff? Okay. If we don't have any questions, then I'm going to open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project?
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you. My name is Greg Pasquale. I'm Vice President of Development with Carmel Partners. We're a housing developer. We build all across the country, but based in San Francisco. And as I mentioned at the prior hearing, we're really unique among developers in that we control the investment. So the equity to build this project is already committed and lined up to go forward. We're the developer managing the design and development and the public process. We are the general contractor who will oversee construction. So during the course of construction, neighbors can reach out to us and we'll oversee leasing and management of the property. So that makes us a good neighbor as a start to finish partner. So could we please bring up the slide presentation? And go ahead and advance 2 slides, please. We recently completed 2,000 units in the Bay Area, and we're under construction on those middle 2 projects today, the upper one in Belmont, just down the street, and the lower one at 1 Adrian Court in Burlingame, both under construction right now. Next slide, please. So we're really excited about 1766 El Camino for 2 reasons. The biggest, this is the kind of housing that the region needs. It's walkable to transit. It's walkable to a lot of jobs in the medical center around it. And it's also walkable to 2 grocery stores, pharmacy, all kinds of cafes and restaurants. This is where people want to live. But the other reason that I think is really important and bears mentioning is that the city of Burlingame has spent years putting a lot of effort and thought, hard work, time, and money into planning for housing at this site. And that's really important. And I think you commissioners and the city council and staff all deserve to be commended. I have to say that Catherine Keelan's staff report she just gave was one of the best staff presentations I've seen in 20 years of doing this. Just incredibly thorough. And it shows how much thought has gone into putting together really good public policy that's going to create very good housing because of the high standards you've set. Next slide, please. So as we approached this, there was a lot of flexibility in how we could build here. We did look at high-rise iterations above the 100-foot limit. There was an FAA limit at just under 130 feet. But really we found that the image in the bottom, which is the proposed massing for the project, fit the mass and scale of the neighborhood a little better. It keeps the height more consistent with the buildings to the north and south of it, breaks the facade down into parts. And you'll notice that it steps down a little bit. So the building is actually 1 story shorter, or about 10 feet shorter than a project that was approved by Planning Commission and City Council for this site in 2019. And it steps 1 story further down on the east side toward California Drive. It also steps in about 10 feet on that side. Go to the next slide, please. So this shows the buildings to the north, south, and across the street on El Camino, just to give you a sense that we're a little bigger than some, a little smaller than some, but really kind of fit in with the scale. Next slide, please. Throughout the process of designing and working with the city, we've engaged the public. We met with the neighbors who live in the adjacent townhomes, multiple times with the police department, ownership and management of neighboring medical buildings and of the hospital. We also met with regional advocacy groups representing business, the Bay Area Council, Environment, Greenbelt Alliance, and Housing Action Coalition, and earned their endorsements. Really, both, I think what stood out about their letters was celebrating the work of the city and how this is the right project for this site and a really good fit. And finally, we had a public website for anyone interested where they could come to 1766ecr.com just to get more information about the project, ask questions, provide input. We had actually, in the end, over 700 visitors and just over 100 comments, and responded to almost all of those comments within 48 hours. Next slide, please. So I'll go briefly through responses to the comments that came up at the March Planning Commission study session. Next slide, please. A question was asked about the site configuration and whether the emergency vehicle access lane could be moved to the California Drive side. It needs to be at the location where it's shown to meet fire code and also Burlingame Fire Department requirements. That's actually a condition that the Burlingame Fire Department has put on the project. And we couldn't have 2 because it would reduce the size of the building and that wouldn't work. Next slide, please. There were questions about shadows and whether shadows would be cast on the townhomes to the south. Shadows cast to the north. So at no time of year and at no time of day will shadows cast to the south onto those townhomes. Next slide, please. There were also questions about offsite parking impacts. The proposed parking is consistent with the transportation demand management plan that Catherine described. A number of strategies will go to helping residents make choices to rely on cars less, but also it's consistent with our experience operating thousands of units across the country. And we did a survey of 14 comparable properties around the region and found that, really we're right in line with what we see in terms of resident demand today in 2022. Next slide, please. There was also a comment about looking at that property line with the townhome neighbors a little more closely. So we've added a raised planter wall that'll be about 3 feet tall with some tall bushes in it. It'll probably be like olive and jasmine and some other things. And we will offer to the neighboring townhomes that following construction, we would be happy to replant their planter on their side if they would like, with something that will add to that lush screen wall between the 2 properties to give them the privacy that they asked us about both in our one-on-one meeting with them and in their comment to the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. Catherine did a really thorough job of talking about the intersection improvement, but the long and short is that this is a complicated intersection because of Caltrans operations and because of a lot of underground utilities. It really does limit what's possible here, but I actually spent a lot of yesterday biking around with my 6 and 8-year-old. That's most of what I do on the weekends. So I'm really, really attuned to intersections like this. Frankly, what's out there today, I understand why people wrote in about it being a little scary. And what I think is really positive about this is it reduces the crossing distance by roughly half. We're going from 86 feet curb to curb to 2 22-foot crossings with a median refuge in between. And that kind of narrowing of the street also causes cars to slow and pay more attention. And so that's going to help both for the pedestrians feeling safer and cars truly slowing down. One thing I'll note, not mentioned here, but we are adding streetlights to both sides of the intersection. So in response to some of the commissioner comments that came up just a few minutes ago, this intersection will be better lit. There will be new streetlights on both sides. And also those green bollards, you can go down to San Jose and see them, you can go to Oakland and see them. They have a reflective stripe on them. That's an elevated reflective stripe. So they actually are quite visible at night. Next slide, please. There were a lot of comments about the building design, simplifying it, making it more elegant. And we really took that to heart and revisited the design. And I'm going to hand over to TCA, our architects, to tell you about that.
Next slide, please. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to come back and present an updated design for 1766 El Camino Real. My name is Teresa Ruiz, and I'm the principal with TCA Architects. Some of you may know from our last meeting that I'm also a planning commissioner, currently serving as the vice president of the Alameda Planning Board. And obviously, I skipped that meeting tonight to be here. I understand the amount of time and commitment you have given to our community, so I just want to say thank you. A quick refresh on TCA Architects. We are a California-based firm with offices in Oakland, LA, and Irvine. The team here tonight is based out of our Oakland office. We are very passionate about good housing design, and on the screen are just a few examples of our projects in the peninsula. And I want to highlight 888 North San Mateo project that's on the lower right-hand corner of your screen. It is the first LEED Platinum multifamily project in California. Next slide, please. And thank you for your input during the last study session. And like Greg has said, that we took your comments to heart and simplified the exterior design. The design now has strong horizontal articulation. The corners are enhanced to mark the gateway to our community, and the massing is stepped down at several locations to add visual interest. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to turn it over to our design director, Tak Katsuura, who will walk through the details of the updated design with you.
Thanks, Teresa. So we'll start by just walking through the plans. On the left-hand slide, you can see the first basement level. Because of the grade change mentioned, this level is fully underground on El Camino. And as you go to the California side, it actually daylights. So we have an entry off of California, and then we also have an entry off of El Camino, which ramps down kind of on the bottom right. And then there's 1.5 levels of basement underneath this as well. On the right-hand side, you see our ground floor. There are 2 courtyards. The courtyard on the right gets more morning sun. The courtyard on the left gets more afternoon sun and contains our pool. Both courtyards and the street at El Camino is surrounded by amenity space. Starting on the left-hand side, we have a cabana lounge. And then on the right, we have co-working next to the pool. And as you continue to go right, we have lobby leasing mail and fitness and yoga and spa on the right. We have some back of house space on the very right-hand side on El Camino, as well as on Truesdale, and as it wraps around that EVA. Surrounding the rest of that is residential units. Can you go to the next slide, please? On the left-hand slide is a typical floor plan where we have residential units stacking all the way up. And on the right-hand slide, you see our top level. As mentioned before, this is where we're stepping down. You can see it goes from the units to the roof as we approach California. And then also breaking up the building, we have several roof decks, one kind of in the middle there with the amenity adjacent to it. And then on the bottom left, we have another roof deck to kind of bring down the height as well. Next page, please. So we're very much inspired kind of by Burlingame and the surrounding housing around us, particularly the Eichel houses that are all around the peninsula. You know, we weren't trying to copy an Eichel house and do it here, but rather be inspired by it. We love the clean lines. We love the color palettes that are in these, and just the lifestyle, just, you know, a little bit more relaxed on the peninsula, embracing nature, really embracing the indoor outdoor lifestyle as well. Next page, please. So this is the main rendering of the project. This is from El Camino and Truesdale. And I'll try to point out some of the changes we did, starting with kind of the overall massing. We have really that pattern of a double-story ground level and then 4 stories and then the 2-story top. We took that pattern and wrapped it around the whole building now. Previously, we were playing with kind of darker colors and mix matching it. So we really tried to simplify that as a more simple gesture that wraps now. On the corner, we brought the wood just to that corner plane and aligned it with our roof deck above. We've also added more detail and depth into the windows there. So we added extra trim around the windows and a little bit more recess. We really like the ground floor here on the bottom. We have a double-story height. That's the cabana lounge behind it. We want that to be really active and visible. We feel like that will glow at night and be kind of a beacon and lantern for the project. And on the top stories where we have that roof deck and amenity space. Next slide, please. Here's a view from looking up north from El Camino Real. You can see that 2 to 4 to 2-story pattern again wrapping around. Next slide, please. On the back side, we really simplified this again with that same pattern. And in the middle, we broke it down with the wood just to kind of give a break to the building. And that's where we have our roof deck and amenity. Next slide, please. Here's the view from California. We tried to create a line that was adjacent to the townhouses next to us. And again, we brought the same detail in the wood that we had on the corner and brought it around to this. We also added the balcony to add a little bit more depth and residential character to this side. As you go to the left, you see we kind of broke up that facade with a similar patterning to the rest of the building. And here you can see the step to El Camino Real again in the distance. Next page, please. Here's a ground floor view. We didn't show this last time, but we wanted to show some of the detail that we are doing at our entry. So this is in the middle of the block. We have this nice canopy with the wood inlay. We brought it a little bit lower based on the comments to kind of reinforce that pedestrian scale to the building. We've also added some more detail to the brick and banding to it, as well as lights in the columns. So it'll be a nice well-lit area. For the darker brick and above, you can see some of the lighter brick. We're really going for bricks that have some variety in the texture and color as well, particularly the color. Next slide, please. Here you can see our corner view. This is again at Truesdale and El Camino. This is that cabana lounge with the double height space below. We really want to emphasize that double height space to create a larger gesture on the corner and really have that glowing effect at night. Next slide, please. And then here is one more view of that entry space, looking north this time. Next slide, please. So here's a zoom in of kind of the wood and brick detail. We can see the recesses that we're providing. We increased those from the last time. We're also showing kind of the patterning for the wood panel that we're proposing. On the window in the wood, you can see we're proposing a metal frame around it to kind of give a little bit more character and depth to that window as well. Next slide, please. Here's just kind of an overview of the materials we're providing on this project. I believe you've all got an actual physical copy of this as well that you can reference. But kind of the white in the middle of the building, that's kind of our base material. That's kind of a thin brick that we're going to try to get a variety of colors on, our shades. On the ground level, we're using a darker brick, kind of more in the charcoal tone. That again will have some different colors to it. The wood is going to be a composite wood panel, so it'll be larger panels broken up as you've seen before, and then kind of a variety of stucco colors. Next slide, please. For the landscaping, we wanted to create a consistent theme throughout the building. So with the architecture, we were inspired by the Eichler houses and the mid-century modern. For the landscaping, we're doing the same, but with that, we also wanted to provide a little bit of lushness and green to the space. Really make those courtyards and roof decks special. Next slide, please. So this is our landscaping plan, starting with the courtyards. The one on the right is our garden courtyard. This one's a little bit more passive. It has kind of different seating areas located around a green space with barbecues and some dining areas on the right. The courtyard on the left is a pool courtyard. This was where we have the pool. It'll have lounge seatings, cabanas, as well as barbecues and dining areas. This will get better afternoon light. And it's adjacent to the left on the cabana lounge. And then we have two roof decks, the one on the north for calling our sunrise lounge. You'll have great views of the bay as well as the airport, and you'll be able to see all the trains coming through. And the one on the left is our sunset lounge, taking advantage of the views of the hills. Next page, please. And with that, I'll turn it back to Greg. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. And I'll just wrap up. And I think Catherine covered a lot of this, but highlight that the affordable homes are exceeding the required amount. The city requires 12 at 80% of AMI. We're providing 22 affordable homes at 50%, so more units, more affordable. It's also an all-electric building, and 100% of the parking will be EV charging ready, with 10% of that at level 2. And we will get a green certification on this, whether that's LEED or Green Point, we haven't yet decided. Next slide, please. And this is the final slide, just highlighting the long-term impact, in addition to the housing units and the one-time benefit of muni fees and $26 million of projected construction-related tax revenue. Building a building like this creates a lot of good paying jobs for the region, and this will have the ongoing benefit of the annual property tax from this property is going to increase from $18,000 per year today to $3.5 million per year in annual property tax revenue. And the residents will spend $13.1 million, are projected to spend $13.1 million per year in the region. And that generates another roughly $1 million of annual sales tax revenue that accrues to the city. So in sum, this is, we believe, a great project, in large part due to all of the work that the city did, setting high standards for housing and all of the benefits that the city wants housing to bring to the city. So thank you for all your work, and thank you for your comments and questions. We and more of the team are here to answer your questions tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Vice Chair Falk.
Okay, so I have several questions, and I don't want to dominate. I'm going to try to move through them as fast as possible. First, some just nuts and bolts. I wanted to ask who will be maintaining the street ballards, the painting, the striping and such, because those do have to be maintained. I don't know if you want to answer me, or should I just give you all my questions and then you can go backward? What do you prefer?
Go ahead through all the questions and I'll take notes.
Okay, very good. Also, on that corner that I guess it's the corner that, well, it almost looks like in another project, it would have been the entrance to retail, but it's not here. It's just glass and kind of looks like a little bit like a defunct entry. So I was wondering, would you, have you considered some sculptural, some art, sculpture there, kind of, if I think of more recent history of the site, as you know, it was the Peninsula Museum of Art for almost a decade. So it's a question. I'm not going to say comment, it's a question. Have you considered that there in that spot? Also regarding the, I guess let's do the nuts and bolts more. Like you've shown the, on the side, which is the dog, I'm going to just call it the dog leg for lack of a better word. If I'm to understand your diagram and your written explanation of the trying to mitigate the huge discrepancy between the lower density and the very high, did I understand you that you're putting on your own property, you are putting these planters that you'll plant in a seating area in that area with the dog leg? And you've offered to do some improvements on the side of the townhomes. That's the question. And finally, because you mentioned the work that went into the plan, the new plan, the new municipal code and such, and that's correct. Envision Burlingame went on for a long time. And I'll just say part of it included for the area that we're talking about, the focus area, was to develop a district development character and nodes of activity while respecting the scale of nearby lower density neighborhoods. So then there's more language in page 14 regarding the compatibility of architecture with mass, bulk, scale, existing materials of existing development, and compatibility with transitions where changes in land use occur nearby. And there's a bunch of similar language about mass and bulk. So on that dog leg, which is what I asked you about last time, I believe another commissioner did as well, how to mitigate that, or have you thought about switching, putting more density on the main building and putting lower density in that area? I'm simply want to ask, because we're not supposed to design your building for you. Have you ever looked at the Anson project, number 1, which has a very similar layout? I know that it's not lower income, but just as far as density goes, this is denser. But I'm just thinking there may well be a solution where you get even more units by pushing some up on the main, I'm calling it the main building, and doing a lower density, different type on the back on your dog leg. I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm just saying a different lower density type where your transition actually works to the benefit of the townhomes, and that you're not creating a wall, what looks to me like a wall, that doesn't have as much articulation as your front and sides. If it looks like you've got articulation on the front and the sides, but on the back, unless I'm understanding it wrong, it looks almost like a backdrop, a stage backdrop. And therefore it's becoming it is a gateway. It is a very prominent feature because it's so large and sticks out on California Drive. So you have a challenging site because you've got 3 very visible main roads and how to handle that. And so I wanted to ask, did you look at a model? You showed us models, but you went through them rather quickly. Did you ever consider a model where you had a floor or 2 more on your main building, but push down the section, the dog leg on the other end? I wanted to ask if they're, with no idea of how many units, but considering you don't want to go down in units, I realize you have the density, with creating the same or more amount of units, but a more visually pleasing and less intrusive development on the folks that live in the development, it's the 1990s, I believe, development behind this. It's not an old gas station or old drive-in. It's a development that's fairly new. So I'm sorry for the long-winded questions, but those are them.
Great. No, thank you for the questions. In terms of maintaining the striping and bollards, that improvement, because it's in the public right-of-way, would be handed over to the city for long-term maintenance. The corner of Truesdale and the El Camino frontage road, you asked whether we consider sculpture. We did, and we actually prefer what we are planning to do, which is we'll have a large sculptural chandelier that hangs behind that glass. And so kind of the whole glass will act in a, as a visual beacon. I think Talk described that a little bit, but there's also an intention to do some upgraded planting there. We really want to keep it pedestrian scale. And so having it be a nice lighting fixture with some nice planting there is how we plan to make that corner feel special rather than with sculpture. We just find that sometimes, truthfully, we're not the best at picking public art. Things date and don't, aren't loved by all in the same way that good planting and light are. So really the focus is pedestrian scale and sculptural lighting and planting. With regards to the dog leg, as you called it, that segment that goes out to California, we are familiar with Anson. We did early on in the process look at having that section be shorter and putting more of the density on the main building. And the real challenge is that at the height limit, we run up against 2 issues. The first is to take a lot of those units and put them on top of the main building, reducing the scale on that segment to California Drive. We'd pretty quickly find ourselves up against the FAA safety height limit, which is a very strict and absolute height limit. But more than that, as soon as we go even 6 inches taller than the building is shown now, the whole building switches from wood construction to concrete construction, which is a dramatic cost increase, 20–25% per unit. So really makes the project infeasible. So we did study that, exactly what you described, and it was not financially feasible. And in some cases, not technically feasible because of the FAA.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners? So I had one question. So are you saying that if there was a reduction in units, this project wouldn't fly for you?
I think the issue was the conversion of the wood to concrete didn't really work. Reduction of units, we're, under the state density bonus law, we're achieving the 311, and that is the number that we're proposing to build.
Right. I mean, because I have to agree with Vice Chair Foff that dogleg that goes out to California Drive is really imposing as it stands over those condos next door and the police department. And that's what I was wondering too, is if that area could be stepped back even gradually, a few floors up and then, a few more floors up. Of course, it would mean a reduction in units, but I think that it would be more architecturally pleasing, because on those elevations and those the renderings, it's like I say, it's very imposing right there. That's the part I'm struggling with. So that's why I was wondering if a reduction of units, I'm not saying increase the height in the other area, but just a reduction of units overall to bring the scale and the mass down in that one area is something you guys would consider.
Yeah, I don't think that that's something we can consider.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, then I'm going to, let's see, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Chair Gall, while we wait for those hands to be raised, I did want to make a comment on the public comment portion period. So during discussion of this item, it was brought to our attention that the passcode on the Zoom meeting information on the postcard was incorrect. It's off by 1 digit. However, the Zoom meeting information is correctly noted on the official Planning Commission agenda and also on the city's website. In addition, the postcard provides the email address where the public can submit written comments about the project. So we may proceed with the item as scheduled on the agenda, but I just wanted to make that note. I will now check our emails just to see if we received anything. And I don't see anything, but I believe there are some hands raised. So we'll let those people in. You can call on who you would like to speak first, Chair Gall.
Okay, I just see one hand raised, Karen Rosenberg.
Hello, how are you? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. Sorry, I don't have my camera on. I currently have COVID, so if you hear me cough or anything, that is why. But hello, my name is Karen Rosenberg, and I'm a Resilience Associate with Greenbelt Alliance. In addition to sending a letter in advance, I wanted to provide public comment here today. For over 60 years, Greenbelt Alliance has helped create cities and neighborhoods that make the Bay Area a better place to live. Healthy places where people can walk and bike, communities with parks, shops, transportation options, and homes that are affordable and resilient to the impacts of climate change. After careful review, Greenbelt Alliance is excited to endorse the proposed 1766 El Camino Real project. We would like to commend the City Council and staff for their leadership on housing and for creating a specific plan that creates a clear vision and policy basis for dense housing and the inclusion of affordable housing in such a transit and service-rich location. 1766 El Camino Real is a wonderful representation and embodiment of the objectives of the city's specific plan. The developers have done a wonderful job engaging the community and incorporating feedback into the current rendition of the site. The proposal reflects a comprehensive TDM, which would result in a 25% reduction below baseline and major investments in a sustainable, energy and water efficient design. The proposed project's close proximity to jobs and transit and commitment to affordability and sustainability aligns with the City of Burlingame's general plan. Greenbelt Alliance believes 1766 El Camino Real will play a pivotal role in reimagining a more climate resilient and inclusive Burlingame for all residents to enjoy. And we are proud to give this project our endorsement. We hope our approval will help expedite the process to turn this vision into reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Nico Nagel.
Good evening. My name is Nico Nagel. I am speaking on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We are a 20-year-old nonprofit supporting building new homes at all levels of affordability. Apologies, to help alleviate the Bay Area and our statewide housing shortage, which is driving our displacement and affordable housing crisis. I'd just very quickly like to speak in support of the project, which would bring 311 much needed homes to Burlingame. And I would like to thank council members and staff for your tireless efforts to help meet that housing demand. So tonight, I only ask that you support the project and move it forward without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Torres.
Chair, Commissioners, good to be with you this evening. Alex Torres, Director of Government Relations for the Bay Area Council. I thank you for the time today. I'll align my comments with some of the points Mr. Pasquale made on this project, but I want to highlight the level of outreach by Carmel Partners noted by him, as well as in the excellent staff report and analysis. On behalf of our 350 plus members, we want to voice support for this project, 1766 El Camino Real. This project alone will account for nearly 10% of Burlingame's total 2023-2031 regional housing needs allocation, RHNA assessment of 3,257 units. As noted, an ideal location, 1/2 mile from the Mill Bay Transit Center and also within walking distance, as our friends from Greenbelt Alliance and the Housing Action Coalition have noted. The project leads in environmental designs as well. So great project all in all. Echo our colleagues at Greenbelt and Housing Action Coalition join in support, very strong support for this project. Urge you to support as well. Really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see any other hands. Ruben, do you have any other hands or emails?
No, I don't see any. No hands, no emails.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, do we have any comments? Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank the applicant and their team for the work that they've done and from the various versions of this project. The renderings that they did have dramatically increased in quality, which also shows more thought into the details that they're trying to put into the project. I thought the first versions didn't kind of communicate those details, and so it was making it hard to see the quality of what was going to happen. I think that it also then got them to do some better details. I like the added depth in the windows. I like the material transitions a lot better. The simplification has, I think, really helped. And I appreciate the effort put into the material board as well, because that shows that they're really thinking through those materials and makes it a lot easier when we're reviewing this information to then back check that against their elevations and renderings. And so I think all of that really helped their package this time. And I think it was very, well done, and it communicates the quality of the project that I was hoping it would be. So I'm standing in support of the project and think it would be a great project moving forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Say.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I agree with fellow Commissioner Schmid and what he has just stated. I wanted to just add a few more little minor comments, positive comments. Since the last rendition, I appreciate the thoughtfulness in the locations for the bike parking. I think they're in great locations in relationship to the most typical bike path to our more centralized transportation nodes. I also want to say that I think that the thoughtfulness for the locations of the courtyards make a lot of sense. I appreciated seeing the shadow study and how a good part of the times that those courtyards would be used are actually well lit. So, that takes really good planning and thought. I think this rendition has come a long way as well. And I like the kind of the look at the corner at Truesdale and El Camino that defines the building and the development at that corner, calls attention to itself. It's essentially kind of our gateway into our city for the bulk of our city. And also wanted to thank the team personally for producing a finished board for each and every one of us. That was, I'm sure, quite an effort, but really appreciate seeing the actual finishes in hand and not just a colored rendition of it. So, overall, I really like how this project has progressed and developed. And I think the color palette looks really nice together, very cohesive and interesting, nice textures. I like the horizontal elements that are brought out now and just kind of the clean delineation of materials and elements around the whole development on all sides. I too can see supporting this project going forward and look forward to seeing its construction.
Thank you. Commissioner Camerado.
Thank you, Chair Gall. So first, I want to thank you for all your hard work on this project. I will not go through the same items that Commissioner Schmid and Commissioner Say have said. I agree with everything that they've said. I want to thank the applicants for the extra affordable housing element to this project. I think it's, as we all know, we definitely need to help our own here in town. And I appreciate all that they've created more space for families and workers here in our town and nearby towns. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I find this project very palatable. I like the use of all the materials. It's in a great spot. It's a perfect site for housing. I am just having trouble with the California Drive side. In our design review criteria, criteria number 3 is on visually prominent and gateway sites where the design fits the site and is compatible with the surrounding development. And I don't find that. I come from the train station a lot and come down California Drive to come to my house. So I'm very familiar with that part of the drive. And this, especially in the renderings, just looks overwhelming. I mean, the project is very big. I get it. But I think that stepping it back on the upper floors on the California Drive side could really soften that. It just dominates those townhomes that are to the south of it. And I don't think that that's fair to that architectural element of the town. I mean, it's possible that those are going to get torn down one day, but that's not what's happening there. So that was where my questions were leading to, if some of those units could be pulled back, which, I mean, with 311 units, I have to believe that knocking a few back wouldn't kill the project, but it doesn't sound like that's going to happen for the applicant. So, I 90% support the project, but that elevation to me is just killing me. And I just don't know if I can support it. Vice Chair Foss?
Yeah, I pretty much want to echo that. Totally support. Love the presentation. The board's great. The color's great. Thank you so much for listening to the 2 architects who are now no longer on the planning commission, but they were very assertive with and I think helpful with their comments about kind of pulling the whole thing together. And I do think it made a huge difference. I just am having really hard time because there's a very similar project, much, much smaller in scale, that is in Millbrae, has a dog leg on it like that. And the minute that came up on California Drive, I thought, oh gosh, must be a mistake. And ours is going to be even larger. And as I said, it's very close to those 1996 townhomes. So I'm really having a hard time. I support everything else, but I'm having a very hard time with that. It sounds like you might have your majority anyway. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commission? Okay, then would anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that that we approve the project based on the conditions of the staff report.
With the modifications suggested, Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes, I would live with your modifications.
Thank you.
And do I have a second?
That motion.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Schmidt, second by Commissioner Say. Any discussion on the motion? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Commissioner Camerata?
Come back. Hold on.
Oh,
Oh,
We can hear you.
oh, okay.
You're
Yes,
there.
Hi. I clicked the wrong button. Hi.
Commissioner Haran?
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal?
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Aye.
Commissioner Say?
Aye.
Vice Chair Pfaff?
9, no.
Chair Gall?
nay. So let's see, the motion passes 5-2-0-0. An action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $1,075, which includes noticing costs. Congratulations. And we will move on to agenda item 8C, 500 Airport Boulevard. If you are the applicant or your applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Seeing no one, then let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear the staff report, please?
Yes, this is an application for a special permit for height for a new elevator enclosure on the roof of an existing 4-story office building at 500 Airport Boulevard, zoned Bayfront Commercial. The existing building contains 4 stories of office space over a lower level parking area. The applicant is proposing a new elevator enclosure and staircase with a landing on top of an existing flat roof. The proposed elevator would be located for use by maintenance crews only. There is no roof deck or terrace area that's proposed with this project. The enclosure is set back 40 feet from the edge of the building parapet along Airport Boulevard and would be set back 32 feet from the edge of the building parapet at Bayview Place. The applicant is requesting a special permit for the proposed elevator enclosure because it would exceed the maximum height allowed, which is 65 feet. The existing building measures 47 feet to the top of the parapet, and the proposed elevator enclosure would be 23 feet 6 inches and bring the total height to 70 feet 6 inches. While the code does allow for such mechanical equipment encroachments above the height limit, the code only allows for those projections to be up to 14 feet tall. So the proposed enclosure would be greater than that 14-foot allowance allowed by the code currently. This is measured from the roof surface, and therefore this proposal would not comply with the current code and does increase the overall height. The applicant has provided you a letter of explanation that also details structural reasons that the enclosure must be more than 14 feet in height. The applicant has been advised that they will need to do consultation with the FAA prior to building permit issuance, and staff will be recommending that be added as a condition of approval. For this evening, we have provided for you suggested findings for the special permit being requested for height, along with conditions of approval. There are 5, and I would recommend a 6th condition that I will read into record that says that prior to issuance of a building permit, the project sponsor shall provide an FAA determination of no hazard letter to the city of Burlingame. And that would be included as the 6th condition read into record if you choose to approve this project this evening. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Are there any questions of staff? I see no hands. So, Commissioner Schmidt.
Sorry, late thought on that. I have a question for staff. Realizing now, looking at Google Earth, that the roof, there is no actual parapet for this building. The roof is the top of the elevation, and that this is going to stick up a lot more. When we have our hillside construction permits, we ask for story poles. I'm concerned, some of the other buildings with large penthouses, they're large penthouses, so they kind of look like a topper to the building. This is going to be a miniature box, but yet standing 20 feet tall. I think it's going to look weird. Now, granted, maybe if I saw if I saw them place just a plywood box up there that's that height, and we drove around and said, "Oh yeah, you're never going to see it." Okay, maybe that's okay. But looking at that section and then just kind of looking at the roof on Google Earth, this feels like it's going to stick way up. And I don't know if we have the ability to request some sort of mock-up that we could see.
I think I would probably say that would be something that we could do. This is an action item this evening, so it would just be a continued item until we could ask the applicant to place that. I will note the large setbacks, however, proposed from the edge, and the fact that it is, let's just call it 10 by 7, something. So it is quite small and set in quite a bit, but I can't answer to the fact of, how, at what distance, what angle you would have to be to see that. So I think story poles could answer that question. So maybe we could take some public comment, and then if the, get confirmation on that before we take final action, it would probably just have to be continued until those could be installed, and then Planning Commission could take a look at that.
It could be as simple as a flag or something that's that tall. It's hard to tell from here, and it's a very, being a Z-shaped building, it's just going to be unusual. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pfaff.
Yep, similarly, I can't locate my sheet right now, but did they specify a color? I just noticed when these are done, these are done a lot actually in buildings now, and they look always really quite prominent, especially in certain paint colors. And I noticed sometimes that makes a big difference what color they choose to, assuming it's paint, I don't know what they're doing, but maybe if it's like, I find the light grays or a gray blends better than sometimes there's dark ones that just stick out against the sky. So I don't know, maybe that's something they could consider as a, something to think about.
Yeah, Vice Chair Pfaff, it looks like they have provided a materials and finish sheet And I'm just trying to see if it's in the plan set or in the attachment for your staff report. But the enclosure would be acrylic plaster with the elevator exit would be covered by a metal awning. So that would be aluminum, and a staircase aluminum. So I would say it would be a gray type color. But
I
the staff
actually,
report.
I found it. Sorry about
Okay.
that. It says neutral color. So obviously that's what I think a neutral is like a gray, but so that's good. But anyway, thank you. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, any further questions of staff? I see no hands, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Yeah, where am I going here? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Will the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project? Carlos, it looks like you're here, but we're not hearing anything. You try your mute button.
How about that? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, my name is Carlos and I am the principal at Element One Architecture. And yeah, the staff report accurately depicted what we are proposing at 500 Airport Drive. To clarify the color, yeah, we are thinking of a neutral gray, a warm gray, just to make it blend in. And I would point out the setbacks from the proposed structure and also the location where it's located within the roof. It's a rather large footprint, and the existing building is a large footprint, but our footprint for the elevator is just a shaft.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Haran.
Thank you. Yeah, could you explain why the landing for that roof stop is 6 feet above the roof? That's one piece I didn't understand. I understand the overrun above the elevator car, but I don't understand why the landing is 6 feet above the roof.
Sure. In order to meet the shear requirements, our engineer recommended that our shear be located below the opening, since the entire opening at the front is doesn't have any shear values. So our shear values are located below the opening. So there's a shear frame panel right below that. So it's a structural requirement.
Okay. There probably are other structural solutions to that besides that though, right?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons also we didn't want any water infiltration. And then, so we were already above the deck, and yeah, there's a huge steel beam that's going right above there to support the load. So you take the steel beam, water infiltration into the building, and the structural requirement, and that's the dimension that we're left with.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I got a couple questions. So is this, can you describe how the elevator works? I mean, you're using the existing elevator shaft, correct?
Yes.
And you're just extending it. So
Correct.
Is this like a hydraulic plunger that brings the elevator up, or is it like a pulley on the side or a pulley from the top, or how does it work?
I don't know exactly the details of the how the elevator works, but I understand that the requirement above the elevator was given to us by a Star Elevator, and I believe those drawings are included in the package. And then there's a certain amount of refuge system that they need above. And because this is an existing condition, they're limited to the type of equipment that they can use. I think if we were designing a new building, I think we could get away with other solutions. But given that it's an existing building, this is the requirements that they developed for us.
Okay, so in your letter, it says that That there was additional spaces needed so that an elevator technician standing on the top of the car is not crushed or badly injured in case of systems failure. Couldn't there be some type of access through the roof?
For that particular comment that I made, I believe it's a state requirement.
Well, I know that there's a state requirement to have that access, and I'm only familiar with residential elevators, which I've worked with, but it just seems to me as a practical solution, you could access it from the top. If the car was all the way to the top of its path of travel, you could have a hatch on the top where you could access the equipment that's up there. I mean, I could be wrong, but maybe it's a question you could ask Star Elevator.
It's not so much access as if they're working on top of the elevator car and it malfunctions, you don't want it to crush the person working on top of it.
That's why if you were able to take the lid off of that shaft, you could stand on top of the car and work on the equipment that way.
Sure. And then, but if you were to step off of that area directly underneath the lid, right, you could get feasibly. My experience with commercial elevators is very limited, but in residential elevators, that car pretty much takes up the whole shaft. I mean, you can't idiot-proof everything, obviously. You could step off the side of the building too, but I'm not asking you to put a handrail around it. But I think that there's another solution, and I'm in full agreement with Commissioner Haran that, you know, if there is a sheer requirement, typically we just put it to the side of the opening. You could make the penthouse wider and not as so tall. But again, I would just, that's just my comment and my question. And I would ask that maybe you go back to the engineer and the elevator company and see if you can work out a different solution, because this is really tall compared to what we're seeing. Sure, I will touch base with the elevator manufacturer again, and I'll get maybe a letter from them stating their requirements.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lowenthal.
Yeah, my only question is there any specific reason why there needs to be an elevator at all? I understand the access to the roof for the maintenance and the window washing, but was there ever an alternative explored of just having like a hatch stairwell underneath that wouldn't create a 20-foot, penthouse on the top of this building?
Yeah, we currently have an existing access hatch that's limited in width, and the existing slab is post-tensioned, a post-tension slab. So we were advised that cutting through those and getting a wide enough access that met our requirements wasn't feasible. And so the alternate solution was the elevator going to the roof. And it was just seemed easier to access the roof carrying equipment through an elevator because they currently have an access ladder, and that's not working for them currently.
I see. And then out of curiosity, do you happen to know how often they're accessing the roof on this building?
Weekly, not specifically, but I would guess maybe five times a week would be my guess.
That's a lot. And then my last question is, the building is essentially an all glass facade. Was there any exploration into making this elevator shaft enclosure more like that, with some sort of glass enclosure as opposed to the acrylic soft gray?
To be honest, no, we really didn't explore making part of the shaft glass. That's something that didn't cross our mind.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Haran.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Lowenthal raised a good question, because you've got the elevator now going to the roof, but then you have a staircase that you have to walk back down again to get to the roof. So you're still going to have to navigate stairs. I guess my question is, did you consider just increasing one of the emergency stairwells to the roof so it's a proper staircase, not a ladder?
Yes, we did consider that option. And as previously mentioned, the existing slab is post-tension. So at the time of our study, it didn't seem feasible that was a viable option.
So you're referring to the roof slab?
Yes, the roof slab.
Okay, thank you.
That I'm a little confused then. If you're going to poke the elevator through the roof, aren't you cutting the post-tension slab for that shaft?
No, that's an existing opening. There's an existing, I think they call it a doghouse up there that projects roughly 3 feet, I believe it's shown on the elevation above the existing flat roof. So
Okay.
that's an existing opening.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, are there any members of the public who would like to speak on this item? I see no hands. Do we have any emails, Ruben?
No emails.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, any questions or comments rather? Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, mine kind of remains the same, is that it feels like a pimple on the roof that sticks up too far versus the other penthouses in the buildings surrounding them. You know, they have HVAC equipment and they have other things in them. So they really look like a structure on the roof, whereas this is going to be a pop-up. And, you know, looking at the smaller one that's there now, agreed, but this one's going to extend up much higher. So I would think that some sort of mock-up, and it could be, like I said, it could be as simple as, you know, a couple 2x4s sticking up on the one corner and just going high enough to show us that we can't see it. But right now, I just feel like it's going to stick up quite a ways. And then really all of the surrounding buildings that are 5 floors and above are going to be looking at this thing. So that's my concern.
Yeah, I would agree with that comment. If there were to be some poles erected, I would ask for 2, one in opposing corners, so that we would get something, you know, close to the street and away from the street, as opposed to, you know, the furthest one, which might not have the same effect. But I think there's got to be a better solution. I just don't see this as, this is like the first pass to me. Again, you know, when we cut an opening in the side of a house, we put a shear panel on the side. You could make this structure, whatever you want to call it, you could put the shear on the side. You don't have to have the shear underneath it. You know, that's kind of like what they did on the Golden Gate Bridge. They put their cross braces underneath the deck so that they didn't have to have shear up above. But you can put the shear to the side because you have the room. You don't have to have the height. Again, I think that there's a solution for that access space on the top, which could be some kind of a lid on the top. But my experience with elevators is, and I've put a number of them in residences, but we get to 6 inches up on the top. So I think there's a solution. Commissioner Camarado.
I think I agree with you. I think there's a different solution to this problem. I think we're just hearing that there's one option, and as everyone knows, there's more than one option. It just might have to cost a little bit more to get it done, but I think that there's probably another option, and I'd like to see some other alternatives before I approve this project.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion? We have a couple options. We can deny the project. We can deny it without prejudice. We can continue it. Commissioner Schmidt, I see your hand.
I think I'd like to make a motion that we continue it.
That motion.
I don't know that there's really an appealable solution here at the moment that makes sense to deny them. So I think we should continue to give them a chance to come back with another solution that's more viable. And if we're really still looking at something as tall as this solution here, then I think we're going to need to be convinced with some story poles. And that would be up to the applicant to decide which way they're going. But if they could reduce the overall height quite a bit, then I would maybe not be so anxious about the story poles. But at the moment, with it sitting 6 feet above the roof to come down, and then the whole elevator travel thing up above, it just feels really weird. So that would be my long-winded motion.
Okay, Commissioner Camarado, I see your hand up. Were you?
I was just going to second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Schmidt, seconded by Commissioner Camerado. Any further discussion on the motion? No hands. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Commissioner Camerado,
Aye.
Commissioner Haran,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Pfaff,
Aye.
and Chair Gall.
Aye.
Okay.
So the motion to continue passes by a vote of 7-0-0-0. And that is not appealable, if I'm correct. So we will move on to item 9A, which is in design review study. We're going to go start with agenda item 9A, 620 Trenton Way. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? And I see no hands. So let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we have a staff report, please?
Sure. This is an application for design review for a first and second story addition to an existing single unit dwelling at 620 Trenton Way, zoned R1. The proposed project would increase the floor area to 3,304 square feet, where 3,308 square feet is the maximum allowed. With this application, the number of bedrooms in the main dwelling would increase from 3 to 7. The office, study, and playrooms qualify as potential bedrooms. 3 parking spaces, 2 of which must be covered, are required on site. 2 covered spaces are provided in the existing attached garage, and 1 uncovered space is provided in the driveway. All other zoning code requirements have been met. This concludes my summary of the staff report, and I'd be happy to take questions of staff if you have any now.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of staff? I see no hands, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project? Oh, looks like we got the big guy, but he's there he is.
We have a job for you.
Yeah.
Come on back, man.
I'm trying to be professional here. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project. And thank you for your service. For the record, you guys talk a lot less without some of those former. Sorry. I'm here this evening with Ted Catlin, our project manager for this project, as well as Patricia Torme, one of the property owners that we've been working with on the project. I'm going to turn.
Just FYI. Sorry.
Say that again.
I said I'm on now.
Oh, there she is.
For a second.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, technical difficulties. I'm Patricia Torme, resident of 620, here representing my husband, as well as our 3 kiddos who are 5.5, 3.5, and 8 months. So you might see 2 of them run in here because they are not asleep yet. But thank you so much for having us today. We're very excited about this project and the idea of staying in Burlingame. Our oldest daughter just started this last year at Washington Elementary. We've been in the area for about 5 years and just really fallen in love with Burlingame, fallen in love with this neighborhood. And as we now have 3 kids, started looking around for something a bit bigger and just really decided that we love kind of our location, our street, and didn't really find anything that hit the boxes. So we engaged with Richard and Ted and just really excited about building a home here that kind of represents what Griffin and I are trying to build, which is a community. So we really wanted to kind of take the bedrooms, put those upstairs, and create a space where we can have neighbors and friends over and really be that place where I grew up. That kind of the kitchen table was always filled with multiple people. And yeah, so thank you again for having us, and look forward to working with all of you.
Okay, thanks, Tricia. Ted, go ahead and Ted's going to present the project to you guys, and I'm just going to try to continue shutting up.
Yes, hello everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to present this. Like Patricia mentioned, the house, while small, does have some good bones. And so rather than tearing it down, we were exploring options to do a small expansion on the rear of the building and with a new second floor addition. We made an effort to design the addition to the home in a way that fits with the context of the Berlin Gables neighborhood, which has an eclectic mix of 1- and 2-story residences, generally in a ranch style, as you saw with some of the neighboring residences, even on the block. There's an eclectic style, though. We are looking to keep the existing first floor stucco finish, but making an effort to give some scale to the new massing by using cedar shingles or a synthetic alternative on the second floor. We're adding some what we think is an additional charm and detail with the new wood porch columns, brick seat walls, and exposed rafter tails and gable vents. We're generally replacing windows throughout, as well as the new ones on the second floor. There's a few that we're keeping in the garage and a couple at the existing first floor rear bathroom. And with the new second floor, we located the massing over the main portion of the house, similar to many other second floor additions that we've seen to existing ranch homes in the area that we're seeing throughout the city. And for this application, we're only applying for a design review as there's no other special conditions or considerations or requests. So at this point, we'd be very happy to answer any questions and respond to any comments that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Vice Chair Pfaff.
Yes, nice to see Richard. I just wanted to make sure I understand this. It just looks to me on the ground floor as if you are retaining your garage door. Yes, your current garage door.
Yes, that is the plan. We might have to remove it in order to add some structural framing in there, but we'll be replacing it, putting it back in and reinstalling it.
Okay, so further on that question, was there any thought to doing, I know it all costs money, it's just, did anybody ever think of, well, if we ever need to replace this door, it would be maybe a style that is less ranchy and more craftsman house type?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall, we might have discussed it, but if we hadn't, we'll make sure to discuss that with the owners and see if that is something that we'd want to explore.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes, I have a question on the garage. On the left side, the fascia board just kind of stops, about 2 feet short of the left side. I think that the left side of the home with the new gable end looks great. And then when we get to the garage side, I'm seeing why from the roof framing, but is there a reason we can't solve that?
Yeah, so we looked at that in a few different ways, and something that the owners really wanted was to have that welcoming front porch, something that could engage with the street in a different way than it is right now, because right now the existing front porch is quite narrow and not really functional. And so we wanted to bring that front porch out a bit further. But by doing that, it does envelop that fascia board of where the garage is coming out. We looked at a few different options, one of which involved bringing the gable of the garage out further so that it could come out in front of the new front porch, but as a result, that ended up with quite a extruding gable there. So it was definitely a point that we went back and forth on a lot, and we're thinking that this might be one of the better solutions. But if there are other ideas, we can definitely revisit or look at them again with the owners based on your comments and feedback.
No, I appreciate you actually, because now that I'm looking at the side elevation, I can see how much further they project, and that how three-dimensionally it doesn't work what I want. So I understand your solution, and you're probably right. That might be the best of the solutions for that problem. So thank you for answering.
Okay, Commissioner Say.
Oh, yes, thank you. So one, I like the little character that's added or that's present with the shutters that are on the left side of the main floor under that gable end, and was wanting to see it in that central element on the second floor. Is that something that you would consider?
Yeah, we can definitely look into that and discuss that with the owners. That's a good idea.
I think, okay, thank you. I feel like that central element, it's so balanced, it's so symmetrical over the main house that it would be nice to kind of add some ornamentation to it, almost kind of like bring a little bit more attention to itself. So that was one idea. Somehow I feel like, so I think it's 8-foot plate heights on both floors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Like it's 8-foot plate heights. So it's not that the upper floor is tall or anything, but somehow the upper floor feels heavy in relationship to the lower floor. I think part of it could be because of the deep eave over the front porch is kind of creating sort of this low slung kind of look. And whereas the upper floor is kind of much more open. It doesn't have the deep eaves. And so that could be it. But and it could also be just the hatching of the shingles that also make it seem heavy. I don't know what color, obviously, you're going to be painting the house or the shingles, but there's just a feeling of heaviness on that upper floor that I wonder if you could take a look at, if there's anything that you could do to reduce that effect.
Yeah, I do think looking at the representation on screen here, that it's, there's always changes in how things are printed versus shown on screen. And I think we could do a better job of representing that hatch. I think it is coming out a bit dark. In terms of the plate height, we're using the existing plate on the first floor, so as to not increase the amount of demolition and work being done. Yeah, the existing house, as you can see, has the hip roofs. And so one attempt that we did make to kind of balance the second floor addition with the first floor was to bring those out into gables. But we can definitely take a look and see if there's other solutions that could help with that balancing, besides just a graphical change, which we'll definitely look at.
Sorry, Ted, I know I said I'd shut up, but
no, please.
Sorry. One of the other things that we can look at is possibly the gable vents, bringing those down a little bit so that they have a little bit more scale. That might help with that central gable. And I also agree, I like the idea of the shutters on that, but we can look at some options for trying to work with that second floor massing.
That'd be great. And then just, I know you'll probably want to minimize work on the main floor, but if you raised the plate height on the garage, could you make the roof work better? So that it would die over the porch, the roof over the porch, much like the room to the left does. I don't know, just some food for thought. Maybe it helps to tie in the kind of the levels and the addition of a second floor.
That is something we could look at. Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lowenthal.
Yeah, Quick question. When you're looking at the front facade, and it might be just because of the perspective of the porch that hangs deep over the front porch, but how high off the ground are those windows to the right of the front door? They seem unusually high, and maybe it's just the perspective. And I noticed they're kitchen windows, and so they're at least 36 inches off the floor. But I'm wondering if they're more than, say, 42 or 48, which would be, in my opinion, higher than normal.
Yeah, they're I believe they're 3'6", so 42 off the finished floor. The porch is a step down from the finished floor of the kitchen there, so that might be also impacting the look of them there and making them look taller than they might actually be, as well as the slope of that roof over the front porch.
Okay, great. 3'6" is good. Thank you.
We can check the head height on those windows.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah.
Commissioner Haran?
Thank you. Yeah, I like the project. Just a question on the second floor office. It's cantilevered, and I was wondering just the design thoughts for why it's cantilevered.
Yeah, for that, we were looking for ways to kind of break up that rear facade and side facade in an interesting way that also kind of brought in some craftsman character that we all know Richard does love. And with the cantilever, part of it was due to floor area ratio that we were working with trying to get all of the bedrooms for the kids and Griffin and Patricia upstairs. We were working around those requirements and looked at the cantilever as a way to kind of get that additional study space up there, and also kind of bring in a little just character, bumping that out a bit from the main volume of the facade there.
Thank you. Yeah, it also provides cover for that door. The door didn't line up with the cantilever above it, so I was questioning that. And then just it looks like you've gotten rid of all hip roofs except for one. So now everything's consistent with the Gable Craftsman look, except for that rear north elevation hip roof, which just seems like it's now a bit of an anomaly.
We did look at that hip roof in the rear there, the one that's we can see on this north elevation. We did explore looking into bringing that into a gable as well, which we could do. It was an additional amount of work, and because we weren't touching the roof at that rear portion, and it was to the rear of the property, to a bunch of nice tall trees, it wasn't really going to be noticed, at least by neighbors, too much, and the owners didn't mind. So that was our thinking on it. Yeah.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Commissioner Camerado.
Yeah, I think the project's nice, and I think one thing that could make some of our questions go away is just doing like a 3D image of it. I think doing a 3D image, I don't know if we can put a little bit of color on, soft colors on that, or whatever colors your clients are thinking might be really nice, because it feels like that front porch roof is just making the house like a big, heavy eyebrow there that is kind of not, I'm sure that it's not what it seems. And I think if we did a 3D rendering, it might open that up for us.
Yeah, definitely. We actually have a 3D image that we've been working on, a model, so we can generate some images for the next time that the commission looks at this.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Vice Chair Foss.
Yeah, I think there have been some really good suggestions. I just saw something on the image you just had on the board, and now I don't see it anymore. Could you put the image back up of the same slide?
North elevation.
Yes, thank you. Below that group of windows, the 5 windows, I'm seeing a line that is not going all the way across and aligned with the windows, and I'm not seeing, is that a window box? Is it a bench? Is it, do you know what I'm trying
Yes.
to?
Yeah,
what is
that's an existing seat wall at the
Oh.
perimeter of that rear deck that we're planning to leave in place. So it doesn't align with those windows.
I understand now. Okay, thank you very much. Mhm.
I just have two quick questions. This may be silly, but I just want a clarification. The skylights on the front of the house, those are
Yes.
going to be flat and glass, I assume, as opposed to an acrylic bubble?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question and or comment is has to do with Commissioner Say's comment about the front, in the front elevation, the second floor looking heavy. And I got the same impression. And then I went around all the elevations and they're all basically have, most of the windows are mulled together in 2 or 3 or 4 groups. And those 4 windows on the front of the house, to me, look a little bit small, and it gives more wall space. And I think that's where that illusion of that weight comes from. I know that those are both in bathrooms and I see what you're doing there, but I don't know if there's a way to rearrange, or, if those were larger mold windows, you've got, even down in the kitchen, you've got 6 windows mold together there. You got 2 over on the left, to the left of the front door, which are really big. But then even the one in the middle is 3 mold together, but those windows seem to be a little bit alone up there. And I get it with the bathroom, but I don't know if there's another solution.
No, thank you, Commissioner. I see what you're saying there. We'll definitely take a look at that and see if we can work something out to either increase those window sizes, or perhaps join some together, or find some other way of lightening up that second floor.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? I see no hands, so I will open up the public hearing to the audience. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item? I don't see any. Ruben, do we have any emails?
We have none.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing. This is the part Richard hates. Now he can't talk. Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, I agree with some of the heaviness and the comments that the other people made. I think part of it is the density of the hatch and the color of the hatch. That is making it graphically look that way. I liked the opportunity of maybe increasing the vent or shutters in that middle area to make it a little bit more celebratory. Another good one that I've done is a planter box underneath the sill would start to take up some of that space and make that middle a bit more prominent, and maybe take a little of the pressure off the 2 sides. But otherwise, I think it's a great project. And I'd like to see it again on the action items.
Vice Chair Pfaff?
Yeah, completely agree. I was also going to say something about a flower box. So anyway, and I think all the other comments are really helpful. And I think it's going to be great. I think it's just wonderful to see it sort of a transition of that house in a with simple means. So and you're keeping the core house, so that's just great. And so if nobody wants to say anything, maybe I can make a motion.
That would be great.
Are there any other comments before I?
I don't see any other hands.
Okay, great. So then I would like to make a motion to for this. Oh, you have a lot to think about and you're going to look at, and I'd like to make a motion to see this come back on action item. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Pfaff and a second by Commissioner Say. Is there any discussion on the motion? No, then can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Camarado.
Aye.
Commissioner Haran.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal.
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Commissioner Say.
Aye.
Vice Chair Pfaff,
Aye.
Chair Gall.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0-0-0, and this item is not appealable. We'll move on now to design review study item 9B, 1425 Castillo. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? I met with a group of neighbors who were assembled in front of the property, including the tenant that lives in the house now, the neighbor to the right, and a neighbor across the street, and was able to access the rear yard for the neighbor on the right. Let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, this is an application for design review and variance for building height for a new 2-story single unit dwelling and detached garage at 1425 Castillo Avenue, zoned R1. The total proposed floor area would be 3,341 square feet, where 3,355 square feet is the maximum allowed. The applicant is requesting a variance for building height, 36 feet 8 inches proposed, where 30 feet is the maximum allowed without approval of a variance. Staff would note that up to 36 feet would be allowed with a special permit. However, this is exceeding that 36-foot limit by 8 inches. Planning staff would note that the lot slopes upward approximately 12 feet from the front property line to the rear, and with the finished floor being proposed at 12 feet 8 inches above the average top of curb level. So the increase in height of the lot does affect the overall height of the building. There would be a total of 4 bedrooms in the proposed house. 2 parking spaces, one of which must be covered, are required. The proposed detached garage provides 1 covered space, and 1 uncovered space is provided in the driveway. All other zoning code requirements have been met. The project includes building a new detached ADU at the rear of the lot. The ADU would be the ADU would be attached to the detached garage. Staff has determined the ADU complies with all regulations. So review of the ADU is administrative only by staff and not reviewed by the Planning Commission. This concludes my summary of the staff report. If you have any questions for staff, I can take those now.
Thank you, Ruben. Are there any questions of staff? I see no hands, so I will open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project? Jesse, you out there?
Let's see, we are trying to bring him in. There he is. Jesse, if you can unmute yourself, and there we go.
Sorry about that, you guys. Let me start my video. There we go. Sorry about that. Good evening, commissioners. Jesse Gersa from GCD Incorporated Designs, and I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to present this project for this new residence and garage and ADU. My clients can't be with us this evening, so it's just me to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this project. Again, this house is for my client and his family, the Goudreaus, and that they are really excited about the house. We had designed the house in according to more or less like a 1-story residence to kind of blend in with the existing 1-story project or residences on the street itself. We had an issue, with the sloping in the lot. As you can see, it slopes from the front to the rear upwards, but it's a very steep slope in the front of the property. So that really goes against our benefits for the height situation. So what ended up happening is that I was hoping that we would be able to use the 25% rule that from the front property to the back, if it's 25% grade or higher, we could go with the 15-foot setback from the front and then elevate from there to get the height of the building. And in doing so, we would have been at, 30 feet. I think I have a dimension there, 30 feet, 11 inches or so, I believe it was. 30 feet, 8 inches. But that wasn't the case. So I was forced into going in with the variance to pull that overall dimension from the average top of curb, which brought, the whole, dimension of the building up higher. But with that said, the overall building isn't anything larger than I've done in the past. And I never like doing variances. I don't go for special uses. I don't do variances because I always think that there's a solution to creating a house without having to go through these variances. But in this house, if I wasn't approved of the variance, it would basically lop off the entire roof to comply to the 30-foot height limitations due to the average top of curb. So that was the reason why, we pushed forward to ask for the variance for this particular project. I had done a similar project to this on Cappuccino, 1312 Cappuccino, that has very similar stylistics to it. And it's a beautiful home on Cappuccino that is very, very nice. And this is a similar design to that. But overall, I really hope that you find this project of great design, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding it. Oh, if I could just clarify something real quick.
Sure.
There are a couple of dimension errors on the elevations, because at the last moment, I had designed this house in the last year, and the zones had changed, the zoning regulations has changed, with the plate heights having to be 9 feet on the first floor and 8 feet on the second floor. So at the last moment, I reduced the whole house down by 2 feet to get 9-foot height plates on the first floor and 8-foot plate heights on the second floor. So there may be like an overall dimension someplace that is off by 2 feet for that reason.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Say.
Yes, Jesse, I'm glad you mentioned just that, because I thought I saw that the plate heights were 8 feet on each floor. Oh, wait, maybe I'm thinking of your other project. Maybe it's your other project, sorry.
Okay.
Let me see. No, it's this one, Castillo. I was asking if it was 8-foot plate heights. I wasn't sure what the plate heights were on this.
Yeah, the first level is 9 feet, and then the second level is 8 feet.
9 and 8. Okay. Where do I see that? I don't know why I couldn't find it anymore. 9.
Should be on
the front elevation, or? Oh, wait. Okay. Wait, I see a 9-foot.
Yeah, bottom of ceiling.
7
On,
foot.
yeah, on front elevation number 1 on sheet A4.
Yeah, on the left side of the front elevation, I see the 9 feet, and then I don't see the 8 feet for the second floor. I see 7 feet.
Oh, you could look at elevation number 2 on A4.
Oh, the upper one. Okay, I see it now. There. All right, it's kind of confusing.
Yeah, sorry about that. The thing about this roof is that, I designed it so that, it slopes from the roof, from the front porch towards, upwards towards the second level, so that it sits on an 8-foot plate height when it intersects that, that second level top plate. So it all really coincides together as one.
Well, yeah, it's very nicely designed, but okay. And then, oh, and I just had one comment, which is on the left elevation. Let's see, there's 2 side door entrances, one on the right and one on the left. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
And the one on the right has a little bit of an eave overhang. The one on the left seems really exposed. I thought maybe you could add a little roof element there just for some weather protection.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. That was it for me.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I like my shed roof, so.
Yep, you do.
Commissioner Haran.
Thank you. Just a question: if you looked at keeping the same design but nestling it, lower on the property, so regrading the property a little bit to kind of lower the pad where the house is, and maybe it increases the slope of the backyard slightly. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there was an existing house there currently, and so I lowered it as much as I can in the rear of the property. To do that, to get it to be as low as much as possible. So I wouldn't want to go any lower than that, because then we're going to get into some real grading issues with drainage and so forth in that part of the property. There's an existing patio back there, and then there's another smaller garden retaining wall in the back, and then it kind of slopes up from there. So I really didn't want to get too complicated into like the into that civil engineering aspect of everything. And also, even lowering it another foot or so would, I don't know, it would help a whole lot, so I didn't want to push that. There's nothing more than I want my finished floor to be lower than the grade in some areas, but.
Sure. Thank you.
Jesse, I had the same thought because you're at the top of the hill there. As you come up the street, you're kind of at the top of the hill, and then I'm looking at your left side elevation and the stairs, and the first thing that I see is all your Amazon packages on the sidewalk, because that guy ain't going up those stairs. I'm speaking from experience.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
But I agree. I mean, I look at your section and you've got a crawl space basically all the way back, and I don't think even a 2-foot cut on that is gonna hurt you. Your foundation can come up into the wall of the new house. I mean, there's ways to do it. I've done some of that myself, and you can have the patio cut in the back also, and your drainage is a piece of cake, because that back patio would be so much higher than the street. You could just run a pipe underneath the driveway all the way back down and out, or dry well, or whatever you want to do. But I think that there's a way to reduce the height, get away from the variance. And the concerns that I heard from the neighbors were about, the height of it. And I kind of tend to agree, because the existing house is so high off the ground, and because they're trying to do the same thing. So I'm wondering if you could just look at that and see if maybe there's a way to cut that in. Yes, it would be some grading, but typically, if you're below 3 feet on a cut, you can do it without engineering. So
yeah, okay. I mean, I wouldn't want to go that far down.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that in my experience, and it's going to all depend on what Max says at the building department, but if you went down 2 feet, I think you could do it with the standard footing. And you may hear something from some of the neighbors. I think they're going to chime in here too, but I think that they may want to see it, and it wouldn't be a bad idea if we could get a location of the neighbors' houses on either side with their window locations, because I think that there's some concern there. But I'll let those neighbors ask about that if they want to chime in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we can look at that, dropping it if that's possible.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything's possible.
Yep. Thanks. Vice Chair Foff.
Sorry, I keep clicking the wrong button. My question is just simple. On the right-hand side, where there is the secondary entrance to the kitchen, or so on the right, could you just tell me is that just a gravel, or what is the material? And could you consider some plantings there? Because it was very hard to see from the street level if there's anything even back there that would help with privacy, maybe some hedge plant that can grow tall, some pittosporum evergreen thing that could help.
Yeah, we could most definitely introduce some cypress trees or anything that could have any kind of screening along that side. We definitely have the side yard for it. So
Okay.
yes, most definitely we could do that.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the commission? No, then do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Chair Gall, we do have one public comment email. I can read that into the record before going to the public comments.
That would be great.
All right. Let me just pull it up here. Give me 1 second. Okay. We are homeowners next door to 1425 Castillo. Concerned with height variance being concerns with height variance being upwards of 6 to 8 feet higher than allowed. This property is on a hill, which will increase the height even more, which affects our privacy with windows on second floor. We would like to request a side-by-side drawing of the footprint and setbacks between 1425 and 1427 Castillo so that we can see where the windows will be located. And number 2, we would like to ask why the property couldn't be graded 3 to 4 feet lower and set closer to the street to offset the variance request to increase the height. And that's all the public comments we received through the public comment email.
All right, thank you. Do you see any hands? I see none from the public.
I thought I saw one go up for a second. There we go. Okay. There's some more coming in here. We'll bring these folks in.
Hi there. This is Melinda from 1427. And those were my questions that I sent over via email. But also just listening to the right side and the fact that there's a door on that side and a 4-foot setback has me a little bit concerned, especially if plantings are in front of it. So that is a question that I'm raising as well with the ones that I sent via email.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Stuart Hosman. We live across the street, pretty much from the house that they're planning on getting the variance for. We've lived on the street for over 30 years, and we've seen driveways like that have problems. That driveway specifically, watched a car roll right down that driveway. So just by taking that 2 to 4 feet out of there makes that much safer for everybody that lives on Castillo. And additionally, brings it down so it doesn't look like a skyscraper up there. And I think that would give them the ability not to have to have the variances as much as they're asking for. I built 2 houses on this street, and I've stayed within the variances from side to side, but not going up. So it can be done. And I think it would be better for the neighborhood. I think it will make everything look more uniform to that extent. I mean, we like the look of the house. We like the ideas that they're coming up with, but it's between the height of that house and where it sits, it just looks, it's overwhelming based on what we see from the plans that they currently have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other members of the public who would like to speak on this item? I don't see anyone. Do you see anyone, Ruben?
Nope, I don't see any more.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Schmid.
Yeah, I can appreciate the comments by the neighbors. I'm looking at the house on the right side of it, and it looks like that one has pretty close to a 3-story presence on the street. So it's not that this would be actually the tallest house. I can appreciate the uphill of this, and we see quite a few of these. I think that Jesse's done a nice job with the architecture of it. I would say, as he evaluates this for the next round, is that question of what would some regrading look like. I think as we think about, oh, well, he can grade it down and bring down the hill. Well, the guy on the left and the guy on the right are going to be sitting above him and dumping water into his property. So we have to be sensitive of, you can't just depress it and not have unintended consequences. So I think it needs to be looked at appropriately. And if he can get a foot or two out of it, that would be great. But all in all, it's sitting on a sizable hill, not much different than the ones we've approved in the last couple of meetings in these streets. So, and you know, looking at the other home that Jesse mentioned, you know, this design is very handsome and it actually plays out nicely three-dimensionally. I'd like to see the project move forward, but I see some opportunity for the applicant to come back with a few more answers for us before we, you know, when we look at it on action. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Camerado?
Yeah, I think the house looks really nice. So great job, Jesse, on that. I think that we have a couple of streets that have these slope up hills, and Vancouver is one of those, right? So Vancouver's got some pretty big hills, and we've had to have some make some adjustments to our have variances on those properties on the uphill of Vancouver. And this is just, I think, like the same project. So I agree with Commissioner Schmid. I'd like to see this project move accordingly. I think that if Jesse could just take a quick look at it, it's not a deal breaker for me, but if he could just give it another go over and see if they can come up with an alternative. But I do like the project and like to see it come on the action calendar.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I think it's a good looking project. I just think that it's a simple solution to do a cut, and then you end up with small retaining walls, but that's just like a terraced backyard. It's not really a big deal. I don't think that I'm not saying scrape the whole thing down 4 feet property line to property line. I'm just saying it gives you the opportunity to sort of do an enclosed patio with a planter area, and it's a simple solution to getting away from a variance and maybe keeping the height down a little bit. But I agree with Commissioner Camerado about bringing this back on regular action, because I think that she was trying to make a motion.
I was trying to make a motion, so I'd like to see this back on the action calendar.
Okay.
Happy to second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Camerado, second by Vice Chair Pfaff. Any discussion on the motion? No, then can we have a vote, please?
Yes, Commissioner Camerado,
Aye.
Commissioner Haran,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmid,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Pfaff,
Aye.
Chair Gull.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0-0-0, and this is not appealable. So that will bring us to agenda item 9C, 2758 Summit Drive. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Let the record note that I spoke with both the property owner of this project and the neighbor to the right, who allowed me into her home and in her kitchen window to see the back of the subject property. Okay.
I'll just add that, oh, sorry. I'll just add that I contacted and left a message for the neighbor, Faith Chan, and unfortunately wasn't able to coordinate a visit in time.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Then let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we have a staff report, please?
This is an application for design review and hillside area construction permit for first and second story additions to an existing 2-story single unit dwelling. There is a 20% downward slope on the lot from the front to the rear property line. The house is 1 story when viewed from the street level and 2 stories with a deck at each level at the rear. The proposed project includes building a single-story lower level addition and deck at the rear of the house and building deck additions on the upper 2 stories. With the proposed additions, the floor area would increase to 3,355 square feet, where 6,308 square feet is the maximum allowed. Planning staff would note that the special permit requirement limit of 75 square feet for decks and increased side setbacks for second floor decks and balconies does not apply to lots located within the hillside area. The total number of bedrooms would increase from 4 to 5. 3 parking spaces, 2 of which must be covered, are required. The existing attached garage provides the required covered parking spaces, and 1 uncovered space is provided in the driveway. All other zoning code requirements have been met. As I noted, the subject property is located within the hillside overlay zone, and hillside development shall be designed to preserve existing views. Staff would note that the code says that view preservation shall be limited to obstruction of distant views to San Francisco Bay, San Francisco Airport, and Mills Canyon from primary indoor living areas such as living rooms and family rooms. So this concludes my summary of the staff report. And if you have any questions for staff, I can take those now.
Are there any questions of staff? No? Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Raymond Frank. I'm the architect for the project. First, wanted to thank you for your time tonight. This project is mainly about the addition of a new primary bedroom suite to the existing single-family house. From the beginning, we wanted to make sure that we didn't affect the primary views of our neighbors or even any views from the street. So instead of placing the addition at the second story, we decided to take advantage of the property's downward slope at the back of the property and locate the addition partially under the existing house and keep it close to the ground and extend it out towards the backyard. In doing this, we're able to create an addition that has a minimal visual impact because it is below the street level. And it also creates a nice private space for the bedroom as it looks out towards the existing trees in the back of the house. Also, by placing the addition in the back, we were able to create some badly needed outdoor living space for this house. Since this house is on a downward slope, there really isn't any outdoor living space connected to the house. They have a few balconies that are off of some of the rooms, but those are rather small and not really able to be used in a meaningful way. So we did provide, I think we sent you a visual that shows some of the other houses in the area that has large outdoor decks at the back of the houses, especially facing towards the canyon view. This house is actually, I think, the only house in that area without that kind of usable outdoor living space. And while most of the houses in that area have decks that run the entire width of the house at the back, for this project, we're only placing the deck directly in front of the main living space and taking advantage of the new structure that we're placing on the lower level as support. As I mentioned, the primary views of the houses all along the street are facing the canyon. This new addition would not block or affect any of the primary views from the neighbors' houses. This house is actually kind of set back in relation to the neighboring houses. So their decks and their primary views are from their living areas are all kind of beyond the area of the addition that we're doing. We know that the house to the right does have windows that are facing the property, but those windows are not from any living areas. I think it's from the kitchen area. It's not looking out towards the canyon, it's looking towards the side of this house. And when we do complete the addition and the deck, we are looking to add planter boxes at the side railings to help soften and beautify that view from the side. For the rest of the house aside from the addition in the deck, we are looking to update the exterior of the house by replacing the existing shingle siding with a new contemporary smooth panel siding. That's just to give it a more modern look. So overall, we feel the project is it's going to improve the looks and the functionality of this house. It'll also be an improvement to the neighborhood. We feel that we have some support from our neighbors who are also looking forward to seeing the project completed, and they feel that it will also increase the values of their own properties. I think I think that's all we have for the presentation, and we look forward to hearing your comments and answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? No? Oh, Vice Chair Foff.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. So this is a very interesting house as is. And I just wanted to ask, well, you sort of answered it regarding the change from the shingle, which is kind of warm and goes with a variety of homes in the neighborhood, but it has this warmth to it, to this industrial look. That was definitely something your client felt was important to have an industrial, kind of a industrial.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not really industrial, but just more of a contemporary modern look. Yeah. So just something a little bit newer that's matching some of the other kind of newer houses in there.
The second thing is, I noticed that, well, I guess it's more obvious on page, well, some of the ones that show the back really clearly. I'm looking at renderings on A001, but I guess it's probably easier on a real drawing. My question is there a reason why the, how should I say this? The placement of the windows looks sometimes like there's not a systematic to it. Sometimes they're centered, sometimes they're like, I'm just taking the middle plane. So the original has the two windows. I understand that at the surface level, and then below it, there's this huge window, but it's a singular. And then below it are these three that are only the center one is aligned, and the other two French doors are spread much further apart. And the moldings seem to be different sizes. So I wanted to know if that was on purpose, or this is just if that's further down the line, or what?
Yeah, we can take a look at that. That wasn't really intentional. That's just kind of how they kind of laid out, as you know, we have the existing windows on the first two levels, and then the addition was just kind of those door placements was just based on the floor plan. But we can look at maybe aligning the doors with the upper level doors as well. That wouldn't be a problem.
Just something centered, and as well as the issue of the mullions or whatever, the metal, or I don't know what you're using, but yeah, there just seem to be a lot of different sizes, and it's distracting. So it kind of makes it less tight, I guess, less solid design for me. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. I think we can work on that, get those two be all consistent.
Okay. Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there's a stair between the lower decks and the upper deck now. It's outside. Is that true?
That's
it wraps around.
It wraps around I believe at the lower deck.
Yeah.
So it just connects to two sides, I believe.
Okay, is that coming out or is that staying in?
No, that would come out, and so it would be replaced with the well, it'll just come out altogether, and you would have just these new extensions from the existing deck. and then the new deck below.
And then the stairwell will just be the internal one now.
Correct. Yes,
Going between all the floors.
that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
I had one question. It has to do with your site plan on sheet A100. It shows, you're showing a tree next to your gas meter. I didn't see that when I was at the site. There is a big tree up in that corner, but it's a little further up the hill and it looks to be on the neighbor's property.
That's probably, I can adjust that.
If you just look at that,
yeah.
Just want to make sure that that's correct.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Camerado.
Yeah, did you think about, and I'm not quite sure, but if you look at A1, as you're looking at the back of the property, you've got like this single layer of wood that's on the first floor and then on the second floor and then nothing on that third floor. And I don't know if it would look I feel like it should just kind of continuously go down. And it might look kind of interesting or something with that bottom deck. Did you look at that at all? Or did you feel that it was just it's not a deal breaker, but I just thought if you had looked at that.
I don't think I really looked at it to extend it down. I mean, but the wood panel sections are kind of the circulation area of the house. That's where the stairwells are. So I kind of wanted to highlight that, make it kind of pop out and be a little bit different than the rest of the house.
Okay, understood.
So it wouldn't really read the same on the lower level.
Yeah, I understood. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions from the commission? I see no hands. So do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, or were there any comments or questions received from email?
We did receive one public comment through email. So let me go ahead and read that into the record. So this is from Jean and Sylvia Chin at 2751 Summit Drive. We live directly across the street from 2758 Summit Drive and have reviewed the renderings and plans for the proposed addition. Our house is the only one that has a direct view of 2758 Summit. And I think they perhaps meant, 2758 Summit. We have lived here for 43 years and the project improves the neighborhood. As such, we endorse the project. And that's the only public comment we received. I don't see any raised hands in the public, but we can give it another second or two. Okay. Yeah, I see none. That's all we have.
Then I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, I can certainly appreciate the comments from the neighbor directly, I guess, to the right as you're facing the house. That's a little bit downhill. As that person's also then dealing with the remodel of the house on the other side of them that we looked at not that long ago. So she's definitely going to have some change. But the reality is that the protected views from that property are really out the backside towards the canyon. And really, I would be more concerned about blocking views from her deck and views of the canyon. That side window, I can appreciate that it's had open for this long, but I also can appreciate that the neighbor has the right to build and they're not building something huge and oversized. That really is a very modest home for what is actually a fairly sizable site. And they're well under their FAR with this little addition that is going to be below the neighboring house. So I'm really, as much as I sympathize, I feel like this project does do its best to minimize, but yet be able to take advantage of their lot and their ability to build. So I can support the project and I can see it going forward.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pfaff.
Yeah, it is very modest. I did notice how close that home is, the one to the right. And I think what Mr. Frank, I'm sorry, I've lost his, yes, Mr. Frank has proposed with some kind of boxes there or something to block the view. I think that will be helpful. I did just want to mention, I just absolutely loved the current railing. I just thought it was so cool. The front railing, I just wanted to put that out there because, this glass is fine, but it does have an industrial look. It's not a deal breaker with me either, but the front has this very nice warmth, and it was very interesting railing. So anyway, I can see it moving forward as well. If you just tighten up the things that we spoke about, alignment of windows and of the more uniform, whatever the moldings or the metal units. Thank you.
Thank you. I had some concerns about the sizes of the decks and that they all extend out the same distance. I was in the house of the neighbor to the right as you're facing the property, and her kitchen window certainly looks out onto what is there now. But more impactful on that neighbor, I think, is that there's behind the kitchen and on that same side is a bedroom. So you've got a pretty good sized deck coming off the living and dining areas, and that would be potentially where you're doing your entertaining. I know that in the hillside area, we are not really limiting the size of the decks as we are in the lower areas of town. But I think that maybe it might even look better if the upper deck was stepped back a little bit and maybe the deck below it was stepped back. I wouldn't also mind seeing just an outline of the house next door and the relationship distance between the two properties and maybe where the windows are, just so we get a better feel for how close we're putting people together up there with this extension. Overall, I like the project. I just wish that it was a little bit further away from the other house. And I think that the stepping the decks back might help it a little bit, but I don't know, but it might be something to look at. Anyhow, any other comments? No, then can I get a motion? I'll make a motion that I would like to see this project move forward and come back on the action calendar when any and all the concerns have been addressed by the applicant.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Chair Gall and a second by Commissioner Schmidt. Any discussion on the motion? No, then can I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Camarado,
Aye.
Commissioner Haran,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Pfaff,
Aye.
Chair Gall.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0-0-0, and it is not appealable. We'll move on to design review study item 9D, 34 Dwight Road. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? I see no hands, so let the record know that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. This is an application for design review for first and second story addition to an existing two-story single unit dwelling at 34 Dwight Road, zoned R1. This proposal includes a single-story addition along the right side of the house and a two-story addition at the rear and left side of the house. The project also includes replacing all of the existing windows in the house with aluminum-clad wood windows with simulated true divided lights and reconfiguring the front entrance. The proposed project would bring the floor area to 2,959 square feet, where 2,967 square feet is the maximum allowed. The number of bedrooms would increase from 3 to 4 bedrooms, and 2 parking spaces are required, one of which must be covered and is provided in the existing attached garage, and the uncovered space is provided in the driveway. The application before you this evening is for design review for a first and second story addition to an existing single unit dwelling, and staff has provided for you for reference the design review criteria, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Are there any questions of staff? I see no hands, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project?
Okay, I'm getting better at this. Hello, commissioners. Again, nice to see you. Jesse Gersa, GCD Designs Incorporated. I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to present this project to you for the Gorskys. They are watching this as I'm speaking, and this was a major remodel on the interior, and it kind of bloomed into redesigning the exterior for all the new windows and doors, and kind of cleaning up the existing house to the style architecture that my clients really liked. So it's like Catherine was saying, it's nothing spectacular in regards to large addition or so forth. It's majorly on the back end of the house. In fact, my bedroom window overlooks their backyard, so I'll be looking at this addition for the rest of my life. So I'm trying to make it look nice, and of course listen to my client also. But overall, we're here to answer any questions that you may have, and we hope that you like the project so that we can move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pfaff.
Yeah, this house is also very close to me, but I get to comment. So
that's
yeah.
Okay.
I have a couple questions just about windows. So on the right side, the south elevation, it's sheet 8.5. On the right, there are 2 very narrow and very tall windows. And I was wondering, does it just look that way, or are they very, very, very high up there? And if they're very high up, is there a reason why? Is it possible? I think they just look kind of squished in there. And I have the same question about the windows in the back. I guess mainly the ones, let's see, would that be in the same part of that actually might be the same section, but it's almost like
it's on the lower end. It's on the basement or the ground
yeah,
level. Yeah,
on the left-hand side, the set of 4, they just look very tall and oversized, like a lot of ones that we've seen come through here that can be vastly improved if they're kind of brought down a bit. So I just wanted to know if there's particular, I don't know how large they are, but if there's particular reason.
Yeah, well, those plate heights are at 9 feet, Commissioner Pfaff, on that side. So the client has an interior designer that they've been working with, and so they have a really particular design idea for the interior that they'd like its look to be. And so these ribbon windows, what they're called, are part of that ensemble of the design on the interior. So this is the reasoning why it kind of looks the way that it looks like. But again, they're in the particular spot that they are for the layout of the whole interior. And again, those windows would be at 8'6". Well, excuse me, 8 feet. So we get the header in there. And then the back windows are at the 9 feet. So yeah, it's more of an interior architectural window than it is more for the exterior.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other commissioners wish to ask Jesse any questions? Commissioner Say.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Jesse, kind of along the same wavelength, on the left elevation, proposed left elevation, the relationship of that door that is underneath the bay window and the window next to it seems odd.
Okay.
The door looks miniature and the window looks really tall. I don't know, maybe it's tied in again to the interior design, but it seems odd that, I mean, I see you're stuck underneath that bay window, but I'm almost wondering if, because it looked like you removed a window or a door that used to be in the garage, and if it seems almost easier to go through the garage, like if it's for throwing out garbage or something like that. It seems like maybe you could just relocate that door back into the garage and not have this side-by-side adjacency of the short door next to the tall window, especially since the back of that room has the large multi-sliding doors going out to the backyard.
Oh, well, Commissioner, say the lower level, the ground level is actually, there's an entertainment room down below on sheet 8.1. And so that door is an access door to access the bathroom for the pool. My clients have a pool back there. And so the whole idea was, to have that door there for clients, for the kids to, shower and do all the other stuff.
Right. Well, I was thinking, since you have the big multi-sliding door at the back of that entertainment room, that might be open when they're entertaining, and I don't know. I was trying to think of a solution so that you could avoid having that short door underneath the bay window up above.
Or we could just make that window shorter so that is at the same header height as the rest. I would think that would be fine.
Okay, that would be an improvement.
Okay. Yeah, it bugs me too. So I would agree with you on that one. So I could talk to my clients and see if that's something that we could just go ahead and lower so that it all makes sense.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? No. Okay. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, or were there any comments received through email or Zoom chat? No?
I do not see any public email comments, and I don't see any hands raised either.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, do we have any comments? Commissioner Vice Chair Falk.
Yeah, I think you made a really beautiful, you're very good at the entrances of homes, and it looks very welcoming and lovely from the front. Hope you can revisit some of those, the window and door things. I did notice though, on the left-hand side, I remember there were always a lot of plants or bushes on the left-hand side on the driveway, along the driveway, and they seem to all kind of be gone now. And I'm wondering if you could consider putting again some hedge or something in there, because it would just be more in proportion to the house, kind of make it feel warmer and such.
Okay, Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you for being able to really adapt and reuse the forms of this house. We're not, mostly we're seeing, double stacked, double story homes that are really tall. And I think that this home and this design has taken great advantage of a split level opportunity, and to not, to be able to update something, but not make it a lot bigger. So I commend the owner and the team for really putting forth a really good adaptive solution. on this project. And so I can support this one and would love to see it go forward.
Okay, would you like to turn that into a motion? Because I don't see any other hands.
I'd be happy to, if nobody else has anything they want to add. I'd like to move that this project come forward on the action with the findings of the staff report.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Schmidt, second by Commissioner Camerado. Any discussion on the motion? No, then may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Commissioner Camerado,
Aye.
Commissioner Horan,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Pfaff,
Aye.
and Chair Gall.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0-0, and this is not appealable. We will move on to our final design review study item 9E 777 Airport Boulevard. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to know ex parte communications regarding this project? Nope. All right. Let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, this is an application for environmental scoping, design review study and a special permit for building height, development under Tier 3 community benefits for a new 13-story office/research and development building at 777 Airport Boulevard, zoned Bayfront Commercial. This project is located at the southwest corner of Anza and Airport Boulevard. It's approximately 3 acres in size and currently contains a 213-room hotel and a restaurant. Sanchez Lagoon abuts the rear of the property where the Bay Trail is located. The project includes redevelopment of the site with a new 13-story, 870,000 square foot office and research and development building. The lower 6 levels of the building, approximately 500,000 square feet, would contain the parking garage, as well as the lobby and supporting areas such as loading dock, utility rooms, retail, and amenity space. The upper 6 stories would be office and or research and development space. The proposed floor area is 3.0, which is the maximum allowed in the Bayfront Commercial Zoning District. The proposed building would have a maximum height of approximately 226 feet. The application is for an office or our research and development life science use that is not tenant specific. While the building would be constructed to accommodate possible life sciences uses, which generally have larger floor to ceiling heights, the improvements for the ultimate tenants would decide the end user of the space, which would be either office or research and development life science uses. The building is not being constructed for a specific single tenant and may in fact accommodate multiple tenants. Vehicle access to the site would primarily be from Airport Boulevard. This would be the main access point located on the south side of the property. On the south-facing elevation, there are 2 inbound and 2 outbound access points to the attached garage parking structure that's below the main building. Truck loading access would be provided via Anza Boulevard, and there would be a new dedicated left turn lane directly into the Anza loading dock area, and that would be newly created through the existing median that is located on Anza Boulevard. Emergency access vehicle entrance would also be along Anza Boulevard. This would be limited, however, to only emergency vehicle access given the blind curve that is located at the Anza off-ramp from 101 coming northbound. The proposed project would have a total of 957 parking spaces. Approximately 39 spaces would be located on the surface level outside of the building. 13 of those would be dedicated for users of the Bay Trail. The base allowable FAR in the Bayfront Commercial Zoning District is 1.0. However, this district does provide for the opportunity to increase FAR in return for specific community benefits. Planning Commission approval, however, is required for tiered development. The applicant is requesting development under the highest tier level, which is 3, and this requires a maximum of 3 community benefits. The applicant is actually offering 4 community benefits, including a public plaza, publicly accessible park, offsite streetscape improvements, as well as sea level rise infrastructure. The application before you this evening for study is for design review, a special permit for height greater than 65 feet, and special permit for community benefits for increased floor area for a tier 3 project. Staff has provided for you a summary of compliance with the Bayfront commercial zoning criteria and the tables that's provided in the staff report. Staff notes that the project is consistent with the Bayfront Commercial General Plan designation as the proposals for office and research development, which is allowable land use in this zoning district. The maximum height allowed in the Bayfront Commercial Zone is 65 feet. However, the code states that properties in this district that exceed 65 feet would need approval of a special permit. The applicant's requesting a special permit for an overall height of approximately 226 feet. This will require FAA approval. The applicant has applied for FAA approval, but a condition of approval when the project comes back for action will require that the determination of no hazard to air navigation is provided to the city of Burlingame prior to building permit issuance. The application before you this evening includes a request for tier 3 development and community benefits. As I noted, the applicant is proposing 4 community benefits. The public plaza would be located along the Airport Boulevard frontage and will be approximately 7,800 square feet. The publicly accessible park space would be approximately 22,500 square feet located at the rear of the property, and it would be developed with seat walls, tables, chairs, ornamental gardens with native planting, as well as a number of trees, lighting, and dedicated parking for Bay Trail users, as well as bike parking. The offsite improvements that are proposed are approximately 26,000 square feet. They abut the property at the rear northern side of the property. It would include widening a 14-foot trail that connects Anza Boulevard to the Bay Trail and other improvements that would include retention of a live oak tree that is located in this area. The 4th community benefit proposed is sea level rise infrastructure. The project improvements would enhance long-term shoreline sea level resilience, and the improvements include riprap armored shoreline revetment, as well as project improvements that would raise the shoreline, the Bay Trail, as well as the proposed park space that I noted earlier to a minimum level of 13 feet, which is consistent with the city's map of future conditions. In addition, these improvements would have the adaptability to increase the elevation to 16 feet to accommodate the end of century sea level rise projections. These are provided in more detail. The applicant in one of your attachments has provided some renderings that make these community benefits a little bit easier to understand and provide you some more details. The applicant is proposing to include a transportation demand management plan with the project. This would be based upon parking for 957 spaces, which is the requirement for the office use. As I noted earlier, the end user is undetermined at this time. So the applicant went with the most conservative, I guess, or rigorous parking demand, which would be for office. With the TDM, the applicant is allowed a 20% parking space reduction. This plan was prepared by Fear and Peers and is attached to your staff report with details of the measures that would be implemented as part of the TDM plan. A traffic impact analysis was also prepared and actually was just received the week this project was being prepared for you and is currently under review by the city as well as our CEQA consultant. There are significant landscape improvements proposed both on and off site with this project. Given the amount of fill that will be required to meet the sea level resiliency requirements, most of the trees, however, would not be able to be retained. The arborist report has been provided in the staff report for your reference, but the applicant has met with the city arborist to discuss this and is understanding that given the requirements for sea level rise, that the trees will need to be removed, except for the oak tree that I noted, which is on the outside of the property abutting Anza Boulevard. That will be retained. The Bayfront commercial development standards do require that 20% of the site be landscaped. So there will be new landscaping that will be installed, and the applicant will exceed this at 26.5% landscaping overall. In addition, 10% of the parking area is supposed to be landscaped, and the applicant is proposing 15.5%. Staff would note that we've already retained a CEQA consultant, and the environmental review for the project has begun with technical studies. And the CEQA section 15183 is option that we are looking at in terms of consistency given the general plan update. And so under that, this mandates that projects that are consistent with the development density established in the zoning, community plan, or general plan policies for which an EIR was prepared, this streamlines their review and reduces any need for repetitive studies. So we will be doing some studies, and we are looking to prepare a 15183 for this project. This project did go before the Bay Conservation and Development Commission back in May. That was initial review by BCDC, and it was fairly well received. Evidence for final approval for the full BCDC board approval is required by the city prior to building permit issuance, and that will be also added as a condition of approval. For tonight, I've provided for you the design review criteria that we use for commercial projects, and that's provided for you on page 10 of your staff report. In addition, I'd like to point out that there are those commercial design guidelines as well as design principles for the Bayfront Commercial Zoning District that are detailed in the new BFC zoning code that we've adopted. So I've provided you all of those for reference because these are at the Commission's discretion, and those can be found on pages 10 through 12 of your staff report this evening. So just to summarize and conclude, the Planning Commission action this evening is environmental scoping. So as discussed, the Planning Commission should review and take any public comment on the proposed project in areas of potential environmental effects. And the Commission should note any significant issues that they would like to be considered during the CEQA process. Number 2 is for a design review study. The Commission should review the design of the proposed project before you this evening in consideration of consistency with our commercial design guidelines, as well as the Bayfront commercial design criteria that I had noted. Because we are preparing the CEQA document, it is very important that any changes to the building envelope be made early in the process so that those changes can be reflected in any technical reports or modeling that we're redoing or that we are doing for the CEQA project. So that concludes my presentation. The applicant is here this evening, and they have also provided a presentation for you. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll let them proceed.
Thank you, Catherine. Does anyone have any questions? Let's see, Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, I know that we've recently received some of the building heights in the area, but do you, Catherine or somebody, do we have the heights of the recently approved project? It's probably like 577 Airport Boulevard.
Oh,
it's
the
part
one
of that group of 3 over on the other
yes,
side.
it's under construction right now.
Yes.
Or it's just started construction. I can find that for you in just a second.
Yeah, and I'll stall, or you can take Commissioner or Vice Chair Foss' question, but I'm just thinking about that one and the other one that we just looked at the corner of Bay Shore and Airport. Those are the two most recent tall buildings that I feel like we've looked at, because looking at the comparison to the DoubleTree and the other buildings surrounding it, this will be at least double. So in order for us to maybe evaluate the scale and mass of this one relative to its peers on the island there, I think we need to know what those last couple of big projects are.
So 567 Airport, as per the staff report, was an 8-story building, and it was 133 feet to the top of the parapet.
Okay.
Commissioner Shade, what was the other building you referred
the one
to?
we just looked at when we did the city council planning co-meeting the other day.
Oh, that's the new, yep, where the former theater, yeah. So that,
which I'm gonna miss.
On Broadway and Bayshore?
Yeah.
Yeah, currently it's proposed at 11 stories, 213 feet.
Okay.
Okay. Vice Chair Foss.
Yeah, I did want to ask, could you, I know staff has so much to do, but I did want to ask if you have any idea when that map, we're saying map, but just sort of what's where in relation to what of these buildings would be available to us to have
Sure.
with the different heights, what's where, and
yeah, so we are working on that. We hope to get that to you in time for the next planning commission meeting. In the meantime, we did send out that email. I'm not sure if you saw it with the table that has all the heights. At least you have that in the meantime. But yes, we'd like to give you a simple map showing. We won't be able to do a streetscape of elevations, but a map showing the parcels and a simple call out that has the address, units, if it's residential, commercial, if it's for square footage, and then the overall height. So hoping to get that to you in your next packet.
So my second question was, these buildings, and they seem now to be quite getting more common, the life science without an actual tenant. What happens when we went through this with the what is now Meta, but I know the building from the front end to what we ended up with, it kept on changing because the tenant had different needs and such. And when the buildings are connected to some kind of entitlements that we're getting, how can we be sure that what we decide actually is followed through on? If the actual building somehow, if something happens and way down the road there's an owner or a tenant wants some changes, or I don't know, I guess I get a little nervous when the tenant is not fixed and the tenant, a future tenant or tenants might have different needs than what we're seeing. This is a major building. How might that change plans for what is being proposed for, improvements that we're talking about tonight?
Happy to take that one. What we've been doing is we are looking at both of the uses in terms of the zoning, and they both are allowable uses in the zoning district. In terms of parking, this project will be parking to the highest parking demand. So looking at the most intense use of the site, which would be office, it's much more likely, based upon campus developments of life science, that you would have, say, a split of 50-50, like lab with office. So it would accommodate the most intense use of the property as office. In terms of, let's say, for example, our reach code, the building will be built to accommodate lab, which has currently has an exemption in the reach code for life science type uses. However, it's going to be just the shell of the building. So it would only need to tap into gas if it were developed as a lab for the tenant improvement. So if a tenant, say, was taking floors, 8, 7, and 8, then they would only run the gas up to those floors. So anything that would be more intense or more of something that we didn't study during the environmental review, like we did with the project that you referenced, we would go back and revisit the environmental document and make any changes that we would need to, and then make any adjustments in terms of if there were project design changes that were needed. So in most cases, what we're doing is looking at the most intense use, and that's what we're analyzing at the front end to avoid any situations down the road should the users change. I hope that makes sense and answered your question.
Kind of, but what you're saying is I'm looking at the large park, which is what they're, for example, it's a major thing that they're proposing in the back, just to make sure that that was actually going to be realized on the front end and not kind of with time changing because actually things changed and, while it was being built or. So I guess
I don't anticipate a change such as that. The community benefits seem to be independent of the end user. So in allowance for the overall building envelope and size is based upon the community benefits, and those would not, it's not anticipated that those would necessarily change. Those aren't dependent, tied into the user specifically.
I would also add that if they did want to change, or let's say user of the building was chosen and they did want to change a community benefit, we would need to bring that back as an amendment to the approval. So you would see that and they would show the change and show what they are doing in place of doing what was approved. So you would see that in the future if it does come down to that.
And Vice Chair, if I may, the other thing I will add on to what Planning Manager Huron just said is that in terms of design, when the Planning Commission approves a particular design, if the applicant later comes back and wants to change that design as a result of a tenant request, for example, and they are looking to do something other than what the Planning Commission had approved in terms of design, that they would have to come back and seek a design review an amendment to the design review at that point, based on whatever their tenant might be asking for. So
Right.
It'll come back to you for additional review and consideration.
We're still on mute, Chair Gull.
Sorry. There we go.
It's okay.
Are there any other questions of staff? I just had one quick question. Should we be looking at the environmental scoping and the design review studies separately, or can we just do them together?
I think you can provide your, I think just you can provide them together. Okay. And, when you provide your comments, say, here's what my comment is for environmental, and then here's design comments.
Okay, great. Are there any further questions of staff? No, then I'm going to open the public hearing. If you're the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand. Would you, applicant, please come forward and state your name and anything else you'd like to add about your project.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, thanks so much. My name is Mark Huffman. I am Vice President of Planning and Entitlements for Lincoln Property Company. We're very pleased to be before you this evening to present our plans. And thank you, obviously for your consideration at this late hour. We will try to be brief. Catherine, do you guys have our presentation queued? Fantastic. Let's see. So as Catherine mentioned, the city, spent six years from 2015 to 2021 working on, your general plan update and zoning code. And we wanted to pay, very close attention to conforming with that and implementing that, as much as possible. Our project is located on the Anza Peninsula, the Bayfront District, as it's designated in the general plan. This is an area, obviously, which the city has designated for focusing commercial growth and encouraging a mix of businesses and high quality office space. That effort has been highly successful. There's a number of outstanding new developments that have been constructed or underway up and down Airport Boulevard. And we are excited to be part of that transformation of this district and to help the city achieve its vision for the area. As our design team will discuss in more detail, our project involves the demolition of a dated hotel built nearly 40 years ago to be replaced with a state-of-the-art office research development building, which will bring high-quality jobs to the city and which we will believe will become a landmark for the district. We designed the building to achieve the maximum densities envisioned in the general plan and zoning code, while also at the same time maximizing the public benefits along both Airport Boulevard and the Burlingame Lagoon. We also paid close attention to the city's sustainable development goals, bird safe design principles, and sea level rise, resiliency, and adaptation. Next slide, please. To describe our plans further, I want to introduce Jacob Peterson with the Peterson Studio and Chris Payne from Gensler. Thank you so much for considering our project. We look forward to your comments, and I really want to thank staff for all of their efforts and a very thorough staff report. Thanks so much. Jacob?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Next slide. So the site is located on Burlingame's Peninsula, bounded by Anza Boulevard to the west, Airport Boulevard to the north, the Burlingame Lagoon, and the Bay Trail to the south. The next slide shows the existing site survey with keyed photographs of various shoreline conditions, including the rubble revetment, the Bay Trail, the Anza Bridge underpass. The next slide shows a series of photographs of the existing Anza and Airport Boulevard streetscapes, along with photographs of the existing Red Roof Inn in the center of the site. The next slide is the illustrative plan showing the proposed building framed by improved streetscapes. The landscape surrounding the building is designed to create a gradient of experiences with a more urban plaza-focused character along the Airport Boulevard frontage and a more park-like character along the lagoon frontage that provides multiple opportunities to enjoy the lagoon shoreline, the site's primary natural resource. Next slide. The landscape improvements have been designed specifically to maximize community benefits as defined within the 2021 zoning ordinance. Our proposed community benefits are the public plaza at Airport Boulevard, over ½ acre of publicly accessible park space along the shoreline edge, over ½ an acre of offsite improvements within the Anza right-of-way, and approximately 500 linear feet of new shoreline revetment that will provide long-term flood protection and shoreline resiliency. The next slide shows the Airport Boulevard Plaza Community Benefit number 1, which creates a community destination and dramatic point of arrival for the building. The plaza's planting islands, ample shaded seating, enhanced paving, pedestrian lighting, and bike racks create an active and dynamic streetscape frontage. The next slide shows the diversity of experiences within the publicly accessible shoreline park area, community benefit number 2. The shoreline improvements include the 14-foot wide improved Bay Trail in the center of the view, a lagoon overlook with seating platforms to the left of the Bay Trail, and shoreline plaza, an adjacent garden enclosed slope lawn with terraces that create an informal amphitheater overlooking the lagoon. Next slide shows the offsite improvements, community benefit number 5 within the Anza right-of-way, including over 15,000 square feet of native focused coastal scrub and perennial plantings, a significant picnic plaza and interpretive node along the lagoon edge, further Bay Trail improvements, and a new accessible path connecting to the Anza streetscape. Next section shows community benefit number 12, the shoreline infrastructure, which is the proposed riprap revetment along the shoreline, which will provide long-term shoreline protection and resiliency. The initial construction of the project, as Catherine mentioned, will raise the shoreline, the Bay Trail, and adjacent park-like areas to a minimum elevation of 13 feet to provide resiliency through mid-century. The next slide demonstrates how shoreline improvements may be adapted to a higher elevation of 16 feet to adapt to sea level rise through end of century. Next slide shows the diverse planting palette that will be integrated into the landscape with a focus on native coastal perennials, grasses, and shrubs along the shoreline edge. The next slide shows the series of pedestrian and bike routes that will provide access to and across the site, connecting to our context, with the Bay Trail shown in green as the primary circulation conduit along the shoreline. The next slide shows vehicular access to the drop-off and garage, as Catherine mentioned, along the south edge of the building, with the public shore parking along the west face of the building, with service and loading functions along Anza Boulevard. We very much appreciate the city's collaboration with the design team working through minor modifications to Anza required to accommodate the service and loading traffic movements. The next slide shows the series of landscape features that will work together to create a safe, comfortable, and welcoming nighttime environment, with a focus on full cutoff light fixtures that will minimize light bleed to surrounding areas. The next slide shows the diverse site furnishings and amenities that together will encourage a wide range of year-round outdoor activities that will help make this project one of Burlingame's many outstanding shoreline destinations. And with that, I will turn it over to Chris Payne for a presentation of the building. Next slide.
Thank you, Jacob. Chris Payne representing Gensler, and I'm really pleased to share the details on the architecture of 777 Airport Boulevard. The design of this all-electric building evolved from a rational inside-out approach based on the lot size and tenant flexibility in mind, all with the goal of attracting a world-class tenant for the city. Whether creative office, tech startup, or even life science, the approximately 60,000 square feet floor plates will be attractive to a multitude of tenant types and uses, contributing to the city's Bayfront commercial district. We sought to break down the scale of the building, firstly by carving into the mass in the middle of the broad faces of the building and inserted generous exterior terraces centered on the interior elevator cores. Further articulation in the building comes in the shift of the massing on the short ends of the building, which also marks a change in the window and shading fin patterning. The spacing is based on local climate analysis, resulting in a denser pattern at the south for added shading and a wider spacing at the north, where solar heat gain is not as much of a concern. Warm champagne-colored metal is used to mark the social zones of the building, starting at the upper level terraces, extending down to mark the entry and lobby of the building directly underneath the terraces. Activation along Airport Boulevard is provided through a series of amenity spaces. Next slide, please. On the ground floor, a dedicated drop-off zone has been provided adjacent to the building's lobby, as previously noted by Jacob. Bike storage and locker rooms on the inside of the building will are provided to encourage alternative modes of transportation to the site. The amenity area is located adjacent to the lobby and will house active use programs visible from the street fronts. The loading and servicing areas, as also previously noted, are on the north accessed via Anza Boulevard. Next slide, please. With no true back to this building, careful consideration was given to all facades. The north side, as you can see in this rendering, integrates the ground floor loading entries in the warm metal panel portion centered on the exterior terraces above. As previously mentioned, the north facade also incorporates the wider window module and shading fin spacing, responding to the minimal solar heat gain expected on this building face. This also serves to maximize the dramatic views out to the surrounding bay and particularly facing north towards the San Francisco skyline in particular. In addition, great care was taken to incorporate the screening of above-grade parking. We have utilized opaque spandrel glass that seamlessly blends with the tenant floors above, resulting in a singular and cohesive building expression while still accounting for all of the required parking counts. Next slide, please. Working closely with HT Harvey, our avian consultants, we've come up with several key strategies in addressing bird safety in the building design. For example, the glass on the project will be no greater than 20% reflectivity and have a bird threat of less than 30. Glass railings at the terraces will use a 2-inch by 2-inch dot frit pattern. Untreated glazing below 60 feet in height is limited to the lobby and other ground floor areas away from the shoreline. Interior lighting and shading devices will be controlled by timers, sensors, and astronomical controls. Next slide, please. This view from one of the upper floor terraces is looking north towards the San Francisco skyline, showcasing the unique opportunity to occupy the exterior of the building. We have intentionally used warm materials and a higher than required guardrail height to encourage comfortable outdoor work and collaboration, adding to increased occupant health and well-being. Next slide, please. As the primary material on the building, actually one more slide. Yep, thanks. As the primary material on the building, the glass will employ a lowy high performance coating for energy performance and envisioned to be as neutral as possible, avoiding a colored tint. Warm champagne colored metal will be an intentional contrast to the neutral glass skin, accenting wall and soffit areas primarily used for socialization and collaboration. Perforated metal panels will be employed in the central zones of the parking levels above grade to accommodate the intake and exhaust requirements for the ventilation of those floors while visually screening the infrastructure. Medium to dark gray floor to ceiling vertical louvers will be used at the ground floor along the north, wrapping around to the west and south to visually screen mechanical equipment while also accommodating the required ventilation. Thanks for the opportunity to present this amazing project. I'll turn it back over to Mark to wrap up.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Jacob. We welcome any comments and questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Already see a hand by Vice Chair Pfaff.
Yeah, because I don't want to forget to ask this. Sorry, we were, the group was sent, I think most everyone was sent an email from Adrienne, who is a, well, she sent it on her own, but she actually is a TSP commissioner and knows a lot on the ground level as far as pedestrian safety and such. And she sent along a bunch of comments and questions, and I wanted to make sure that those get largely addressed if you receive those. And one in particular was something I was concerned about was the sidewalk width, in particular that one corner, which looks like it's very close to the building appears to be, the footprint appears to be close to the sidewalk and the kind of pinched at the corner of Airport Boulevard. So I wanted to know if you could address her questions, if you got them even.
Yes, city staff forwarded the questions to us earlier today, so we were able to take a look at those. And Jacob, do you want to respond to that one?
Yes, I can confirm that we do have a minimum of 6 feet minimum sidewalk width along all of our edges. That's a good general standard, and we have accommodated that. Along the entire Airport Boulevard frontage, we actually have much more than 6. We're shooting for a minimum of 9.5 feet clear between at our kind of most pinched area along Airport Boulevard.
Okay.
And then more like 6 along Anza. And as you know, Anza is sort of a freeway off ramp and probably will have a lot less pedestrian activity than Airport.
Yeah.
And then just to add, most of her questions and comments are also addressed in the plan. So, I think most of the concerns are met.
Okay. Thank you.
See, Commissioner Camarado.
Yeah, thank you for the project. I have a couple questions. One is, have you guys looked at podium parking and doing underground parking at that level there at Anza and Airport Boulevard? I'm just trying to think of a way to bring this building down a little bit, and if some of that parking can go underground, as they did over at Facebook and at 555, 77 and 577 Airport Boulevard.
We did look at underground parking to some degree on this site. I mean, I think it's the tricky part of this site is, as opposed to some of those other sites, this is only a 3-acre site. We don't have that much space to work with. So we couldn't go that far underground to begin with. The other part that makes it really tricky is and I'm not an engineer, but my understanding is the existing footings of the existing buildings are really challenging to work around. So it looks like the foundation system for this building is actually going to be a mat slab foundations, sitting on top of, both new footings as well as the trying to work around and avoid the existing footings. So to make a long story short, going below ground for the parking just didn't work out, unfortunately, for this building.
Okay. So my next question is the 100-foot setback that BCDC has required, that 100-foot setback on the bay shore, on the bay side, that shoreline, is the riprap that you're working there, that's going to be approved by BCDC, correct? That's a BCDC issue. That's not something that we have the purview to do. And they actually kind of require new developments to redo the riprap there, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
They don't explicitly require riprap. They require a long-term flood protection and sea level rise resiliency. And one way to achieve that is to stabilize the shoreline with riprap. And that's the approach that we are pursuing. And we did review that approach with BCDC's design review board and BCDC staff. And that's the direction that we are pursuing.
Okay, understood.
That is within the 100-foot shoreline band as well. That's the other part of your question. It is entirely within BCDC's shoreline band jurisdiction.
Correct. Okay. On some of the comments that Adrienne mentioned in her email, one of the things that really stuck in my mind was about the dark skylights and having that ambient light coming down. I think we just did that over at the rec center at the Burlingame Rec Center, which is going to be opening on Wednesday. And, I would ask that we look for light fixtures that have that downward type light. And the light poles, have you considered the light poles where the pedestrians are walking, where right now it looks like you have a light way up high? I'm bringing it down, and I think it was about 16 feet, kind of where pedestrians are actually walking, because way up here is great for traffic and cars, but way down here would be great for the pedestrians. Have you looked at that at all for?
Yes, and that's a really good point. So along the entire shoreline, we're integrating what we call pedestrian scale pole lights, which are in that 12 to 16 foot height range that you're talking about. So those are exactly the type of light that you're referring to. That is the type of light that we're installing along the entire Bay Trail edge. Along the streets, we are using the city's street lights, which are, as you know, much higher than 16 feet. And I don't think that's optional with the city. I think we have to achieve the photometrics for traffic safety along the surrounding roadways.
Would there be a way maybe for you guys, when you're looking at this, to maybe bring two light, like on one pole, have two lights, one way up high and one down low for pedestrians? So as
Yes.
you're walking.
That we call that piggybacking a pedestrian light onto a street light. And that is done. It's a little bit difficult to do when we're retrofitting the city's street lights that we're actually just reusing, repositioning them on site. And it's typically not a strategy that you would do only on a single project basis. If the city was going to require that on a corridor basis, like along the entirety of Airport Boulevard, that might be something that our project would tie into. Or if that was going to be across the entire Bayfront district, that might be something we would tie into, but it's typically not something that's done on a single project basis along the road edges.
So that's something that the city we as a city would have to work on and have
Right.
some sort of overall uniformed look
That's
throughout.
right. And the lights that you're referring to, those we call those street lights, and they're actually in the city's right of way. You know, those are the city's lights.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Sorry, Commissioner Say.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I had a couple more follow-up items from Adrian's email. And again, on the lighting, she also mentioned just kind of low-level pedestrian lighting that's close to the ground or sidewalks and crosswalks. So I take it that you will take a look at incorporating that as well into the overall lighting plan.
We definitely will look at that. I think it's possible that she might have meant 16 feet rather than 16 inches. I think that might have been a typo, possibly, because
yeah, but she did.
Yeah.
Right. I wasn't sure if she meant 16 inches or 16 feet, but then she does talk about kind of low level lighting at pedestrian level down by the crosswalk. So
yeah.
And then lastly on her email, just about, I didn't see whether there was bike storage or bike racks.
Yes, we do have covered bike racks under the building soffit in the public plaza near the building entrance at Airport Boulevard. And then Chris can talk about the bike storage inside the building.
Great, because that's a question too that I have. That's where that bike storage would be.
Yeah, the idea is that it's located proximate to the lobby so that there's a logical entry sequence of, you know, dropping your bike off via potentially even a dedicated entry, having the lockers right next to the bike storage, and then being able to go straight into the lobby. So there's a nice kind of logical entry sequence to accommodate that and not make it feel like it's a back door or a sort of subpar entry. It's a really nicely designed, kind of curated, experiential kind of entry into your office.
That's great. That's perfect. All that you just said. Exactly. We don't want the bike storage to be relegated to the back corner where you'd have to travel even further to go park your bike when you arrive at work. And then just a question on, so the access to the shoreline parking or the public shore parking that's on the side of the building. So obviously you can get there either from Anza or from Airport Boulevard. Both sides can.
But unfortunately, you can only get there from Airport. The Anza access is restricted to emergency vehicle access only.
Okay, that's what you were mentioning earlier about kind of
Yeah.
truck route and everything. Okay,
No.
that makes sense, because I was wondering if the medians that were drawn there on Anza were actually drawn to allow one to turn left if you're, because it's really kind of a freeway entrance, Anza
Correct.
heading to 101. And I wasn't sure if it was very accessible for people to realize that they could come off that road and come into that public shore parking. So you come in from Airport Boulevard. Looking at it more, you might be still developing it. So you would exit onto Anza, or you cannot even exit onto Anza once you leave that area.
There's no vehicular access there other than emergency vehicles, period.
Okay, are those bollards that I see there at the end of that?
There would be something there, that this, would meet the city's requirements to prevent regular vehicular access and still allow, fire department to get through.
Okay, that makes sense, because I was a little bit concerned that felt really tight along that road for people with strollers and dogs and whatever, and they're trying to pack up their car, and it just seemed like there might be too much traffic traveling back there. So that makes sense. And then so was there more thought put to, I think it's been noted even by yourselves that, we've got this pinched corner at Airport and Anza. It's tight there against the corner. The building's right up against the corner. And I was just curious if you had explored other shapes or arrangements of this building that would provide a little bit more relief from that corner, just kind of a setback approach to the corner as opposed to a sharp, rectilinear surface or edge.
I can maybe take a stab at that one a little bit. Certainly we did, in looking at the building looks quite, regular, but it's actually quite a tight site. You can see kind of north to south, the building sits fairly close to the setback line from the street. And then you have the parking drive to the south, and then the southern property line is very close. And so these things lay out. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to pull the ground floor on the east side slightly away from Airport Boulevard to give a little relief at that corner. It also gives us a chance to insert the landscape gardens for the community benefit to have that plaza there. So really pulling the ground floor away from the intersection, giving a little bit of overhead covering for the bike parking seemed like a really nice kind of solution to freeing up that corner.
And the overhang, the building setback along that edge, it's quite high. It's about 19.5 feet higher than the curb.
It's double height.
Yeah, along Airport Boulevard. So it's actually very expansive, and you can see that space on the Airport Boulevard Plaza image that I showed, if you want to refer back to that.
Yeah, can we see that again? And so basically then if you're in a vehicle or you're a pedestrian, you can kind of, your vantage point is seeing through that corner. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
exactly.
Okay, yeah. So that's 19 feet there at that.
Yeah, that corner of building is about 19.5 feet higher than the top of curb. So that's vertical feet.
I think there was another view of the actual pedestrian plaza there where you can see this a little
in the landscape presentation. Yeah.
There you go.
There. Right. Okay. Thank you. And then what about, so maybe you'll be looking at this next go around or something, but I can imagine some huge shadows being cast on your southern neighbor from the height of this, 200+ foot building. So could you add that to what you present to us next time around?
Sure.
But most of the shadow, given the orientation of the building, falls across Airport Boulevard and Anza Boulevard. because south is sort of the shoreline edge. If you look at a plan, you'll sort of see that with the north arrow on it.
Yeah, I'm looking at your north arrow. So with west, I mean, you kind of at an angle. You're saying that the shadow's casting across Airport Boulevard in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think it would still be good to kind of see that shadow study just because the building is so, strong in shape and so tall. Okay. And I think that's it from me right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camarado.
Sorry, yeah, I have 3 more quick questions. I know that in the Burlingame or in the plaza, you have these areas that you're sitting in around where the planners are, but are you putting any other benches anywhere along the property other than the lagoon? Are there by the plaza? Are you putting any benches there?
There's over 100 lineal feet of seating on Airport Boulevard Plaza around the planters that you noted. Along the shoreline edge, there are benches and seating platforms and seating terraces and picnic tables and communal tables. So there are about 5 or 6 different types of seating and furnishing typologies along the shoreline that really invite a very broad diversity of activities and uses. And you can see a lot of those here, in addition to bike racks and a drinking fountain that will be along the edge of the shoreline plaza. And of course, the pedestrian pole lights.
It would be a substantial upgrade from what is there today.
Understood. Are there any restaurants or coffee shops in your mezzanine area are you guys looking at that people that are at the lagoon can actually enjoy, or people in the building?
Yeah, there's tenant oriented amenity space. So it's not, we're not envisioning like a public restaurant that, people would drive to, and we're not parking for that, but we are providing for different amenities.
Is it for the building itself and not for people from the outside?
People from the outside, I think, would be welcome to come in, to like if there's a coffee, a coffee shop area in there, adjacent to the lobby, it would be accessible to them. But it would just, it's an amenity space. It's not. This isn't a retail or a restaurant operation.
Understood. And then my last question, have you guys studied what the wind tunnels are over there on the bay side to kind of look at how things are oriented with wind?
Jacob, you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'll actually let Chris take that because we just received the wind study back.
Yeah, it's we did do a full wind tunnel analysis. So that is in the works to kind of take in the comments and make sure that all of the ground level as well as the terrace areas are going to be designed in a way that are very comfortable for outdoor activity, whether it's kind of working on the upper levels or sitting kind of comfortably on the ground level, particularly along the shoreline. Those are all of the things that are important to the design and development team to make sure we're accounting for.
Yeah, and everybody who's spent some time out on the Burlingame shoreline understand it's an extremely windy area. It's prone to high winds, and it can be very cold and very windy. So we have oriented the landscape spaces along the lagoon to provide south-facing, wind-sheltered environments, sort of behind the landform of the seating slope, and behind multiple layers of sort of tiered planting that steps up the Anza embankment. So we're sort of utilizing the embankment for wind shelter, the Anza embankment. We're amplifying that embankment by creating an even higher sloped lawn, and then we're creating layers of gardens that enclose the sloped lawn and plaza and bay trail and overlook spaces to create a south-facing, wind-sheltered environment that, to the extent possible, encourages year-round activation of the waterfront of the shoreline.
Okay, thank you so much.
But it will be windy, even despite all that.
Yeah, out there, it's always
We're
windy.
doing the best we can with the conditions we have.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple of questions. I was gonna hit that retail and amenity spaces that Commissioner Camarado was talking about. So over on the what do you call it, the old drive-in site, there's a lot of ground floor amenity, but it's not accessible to the public. There's the Equator Coffee and there's a bike shop. You know, when we started that project, I remember we were talking about a lot more open or, you know, community benefit, something that people could go to, not just the tenants of the building. So it's kind of like, hey, look, we got this cafeteria here, but you can't come in. So to me, that sort of doesn't fit the bill of community benefit. And again, you know, you've got a plaza here that's what, 7,600 square feet, and your walking diagram showed, oh, you can walk all the way around the building, around the you know, these plazas and everything, but you can't go in. So I would really like to see more of a community benefit here. I don't know why people would go walking through there, maybe to get to the Bay Trail if they're coming from the Embassy Suites or something, but for people to enjoy a plaza, I think you have to give them a reason to go there. It's not just a place to sit down. So I really would like to see more of something that the community can use there. I mean, everybody'd like to stop and buy a sandwich sometime. You know, if you work in that area and you want to go walk around and get something to eat and then sit in the plaza, I think it would be great. You could get something there. And it doesn't have to be something that's, I mean, the way I see it is I get it with the security, like over at the other building, there's a security guard that, you know, says, oh, you can go this far or whatever. But the security guard could keep, I mean, you could let people enjoy that space from the public as well as the tenants of the building. I think it can be a combined use. Granted, it doesn't have to be open 24 hours or whatever, but like I said, if we're looking for a community benefit, I think that's a community benefit, not just the open space. So let me get a couple other questions. So who's going to maintain the Bay Trail? Is that going to be done by the tenant in that section of the, you know, that section of the Bay Trail?
Well, it would be conditioned by BCDC to be maintained by the property owner.
Okay, all right. Because right now the property owner isn't doing much.
Clearly.
That is true.
And then, you know, there was a comment about there's gonna be less pedestrian activity on Anza. I think that you're going to find, because of all the vegetation back there and because of the experience that I've had when I ride my bike down there, there's a lot of pedestrian activity because it's kind of hidden. So I think that should be taken into consideration that, you know, that wooded area there is a place for probably, you know, not such desirable activities. So if, you know, I think you might want to look at maybe some pathway through there or something, or somehow incorporating part of a plaza there, something that's not so wooded perhaps, that would encourage people not to be back there, because that end of the Bay Trail gets a lot of use by the riffraff of town. So
just to clarify, what specifically which area are you talking about?
The kind of the along Anza behind the building, between the Bay Trail and, you know, it's kind of in that triangle back in there.
Yeah.
There's, you know, it's an opportunity for mischief, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's really all I have. Well, actually, let me ask about the height of the building. What's driving the 226 feet? I'm a little uncomfortable with that height compared to the other building.
So what's driving that is kind of similar to, you know, the response to could we go down? You know, the site's only a 3-acre site as opposed to some of these other sites that you've seen along, you know, you've considered along Airport Boulevard. And we looked at different ways we could achieve the floor area that was envisioned in the general plan, the 3.0 FAR. And we could have done a lower building, but then you would end up having less of a public area. You would have less of an ability to offer that amenity at the rear, with the shoreline. So we wanted to try to maximize that space as much as we could. So that's what kind of drove going higher.
Okay. It just seems so much taller than everything else, but
unquestionably, it's a taller building, unquestionably.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you.
All right. Do any other commissioners have questions for the applicant? All right, then do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, or were there any comments received through email or Zoom?
There were no comments received through public comment. Go ahead, Catherine.
I just wanted to acknowledge, which I think the commission and the applicant already acknowledged, that we did receive an email earlier today from Adrian Lee regarding the project with 7 very specific comments, and that was shared with the applicant.
Okay. Then if there are no more questions and no one from the public, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any comments or discussions? Commissioner Camarado.
So I agree with Chair Gall. I feel that this building is just way too big. I feel like it doesn't give any relief to the corners, and it's just kind of a big box that's just kind of put up right in our faces, right on the lagoon side. And I think you've done a good job with the exterior materials for bird remediation. I like the bottom floor. I do think that having been involved on the Bayside for the last few years and understanding the amount of work that goes into going subterranean with parking, and I know that it's very costly, and I can appreciate that, and I understand that, but I feel like just putting cars on the first 6 top floors, that's not creating a public amenity in our, as Chair Gall mentioned, it's not creating that public amenity that I really want to see on that Bayside. I want to see a sandwich place. I want to see a coffee place. I want to be able to go out there and enjoy what we've created out there. And I want kids to go out there. We're going to have a preserve out there. We're going to have all these other, hopefully Top Golf comes. I mean, we're going to have, there's no place to go out there to enjoy an evening. And I think that the building's owners need to create some restaurants for us in the evenings and the weekends, for bike riders, and it doesn't have to be late, just even up to 6 o'clock, but just give us something. When you say public amenities, and you give us the park and the sea level rise, well, yes, I understand that, and that's awesome. But I think that is also something that BCDC kind of mandates for us, and they're responsible for that. So in a perfect world, I don't know that that's a social benefit. That's what we have to do. What a social benefit to me is having this plaza and having music and having something out there to go to. And I don't see that here. And I really feel that this is a very, very tall building, and I just need to see it scaled down. And that's why I was hoping that the applicant could potentially please look at going below grade for some of the parking, because I think could push it down a bit.
Thank you. Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes. I can appreciate the complexity of this project and the amount of effort being put into it. I think that a lot of the exterior work does work nicely. I think that most buildings these days are having to provide exterior areas just to not make them be boxes on the land. So the open space is nice, but it's not as much a community benefit as Commissioner Camarado was mentioning. as far as a benefit to the community. It's just a little bit more open space. But for me, I think the height is big. That's why I was asking earlier about some of the comparable buildings in the area. This building's gonna be double the height of the DoubleTree, which is the next tallest thing you can see out there at this point. And so it's going to be a lot like Salesforce Tower in the city being half a building taller than the rest of the city. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at a little bit harder, and maybe being able to look at some of the new projects that maybe haven't been built yet, but understanding the relationship to some of these other tall structures might help us get over 225 feet. But I think that the applicant's going to need to show some of that a little bit more. And it may mean, three-dimensionally drawing that island a little bit and seeing where the other big buildings are that they're next to. I'm not really feeling the architecture. One of the other buildings we looked at earlier today with the multifamily housing over in El Camino Real, that building started out stark and not very well designed, and it's come a long way. This one, I'm just not seeing a whole lot of material definition. I'm not seeing a lot of depth. It is a big box. And I think unless we're going to see a lot more renderings of details of how it goes together and starting to see more pedestrian scale, it's not doing anything for me. It's boring glass. And so I think that the applicant is going to want to try and do some more with this in order to push this forward. Like I said, it's an incredibly complex project. I can appreciate the effort that's being put in on it and what the team's doing, but architecturally, it's just not doing it for me right now. So I would like to see more effort into that portion of it. And obviously, the sooner they do that, the sooner it will be reflected within their environmental scoping. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Haran.
Thanks. At the risk of repeating what some have said around retail, I think that is an important aspect of community benefit. It says right on their plans, retail/amenity. So retail definitely comes with the definition that it's public. So yeah, I do think that's an important aspect of community benefit. With respect to the height, I'm open to the height because it seems like it's compliant with the general plan. If we want the height of these buildings lower, it seems like we might want to look at the general plan and what that allows. I don't fault the developers for maximizing what we've allowed in that zone.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Say.
Oh, yes, thank you. So I also want to say that I know that this site is challenging. And I think that the team has done a nice job of trying to work with this site. What I want to see more is some kind of organic relationship to the site, the shape, the neighborhood, the context of buildings in the area. And it looks like it doesn't belong on this site. I'm okay with the height. They've met the FAR and of course it's very expensive to develop these properties. So want them to be able to get out what they can in their development. But I feel like this building just looks like it's plopped on the site and doesn't really relate itself to the area. That pinched corner bugs me because it's so tight and it's coming right off of a freeway exit and, almost seemed like you can drive right into the side of the building and sense that feeling. Driving from afar, I kind of came from a far distance to try to approach this site and to check it out. And the Oculus Meta buildings feel tall in and of themselves. They are 4 buildings that, max out at 140 feet or something. And this is one singular building that is on a narrow lot that would be, 220 feet or so. Again, I say I don't have a problem with the height, but it also somehow needs to relate to the site, the shape of it. Like I feel like it can't be just a rectangular block, but that somehow it can be, have some what am I trying to say? Setting itself back from a corner or as some other kind of shape, some softening of the edges. It needs something so that it feels like it organically belongs on this site. I'm a little bit also feeling that there's effort put towards the public amenities spaces and the park and such. And I definitely appreciate that. But by looking at kind of what's been offered and in terms of imagery, in terms of the types of furnishings or seating arrangements and things like that, it feels like it's not telling a complete story. It's just kind of, pictures from here and there. And maybe it's still in development, so I'll give them that. But I would love it to feel a little bit more cohesive, like it's really thought through as a space that's intended to be enjoyed by people and not just, kind of a side thought to the project.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pfaff?
Yeah, I agree with what has been said, but I believe I keep on thinking of Facebook as well. I looked that up before. It's not on our list from staff this time, but I believe the buildings, the tallest one there's 2 that are maybe 90 and 2 that are 70 or 75. They're significantly shorter, but the main thing is they have more of an organic shape to them. I think that's what Commissioner Say is saying, and I'm sort of feeling that with this, that it was plopped on, and it needs to feel more like it fits. If it, the height, yeah, it's not a graceful height, and this is not the only project I've thought that about. It's sometimes the height, if it's skinny, it's you can kind of make it work and maybe a few skinnies together, but they're trying to make, I think the goal is to make a space that can accommodate any tenant. And so that is a bit of a conundrum. And the other issue with retail is, and many of you, or at least a few of you were on the Planning Commission, certainly Chair Gall, a long time ago when Facebook first went through there, or it was before Facebook. I don't know what was before Facebook, but anyway, they promised a lot. It was going to be daycare. It was going to be a restaurant open to all. And as soon as that tenant changed 10 years later, none of that was allowed because it was all going to be, it had to be private. The eating space needed to be private. So we were left at the end of the day, no daycare, just this tiny little cafe, which I guess is publicly accessible, but it's a far cry from what we started at. And so I don't know if there's so much that these folks can control in that. I mean, it'd be lovely. I agree. It'd be great to have. I just don't know if that's something that can be promised with this, but certainly it does really feel very large for this site, and that it is foreign, a bit foreign. But I do like what you've attempted to do with the back. Personally, we use that area a lot. I love that I love what you're envisioning and the pathways, and there are certain areas under that bridge that people hang out, but I think that's great. So that part, kudos to you, but if you just work a bit on the building, would be nice. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lowenthal.
I don't disagree with what anybody said. I kind of echo Commissioner Horan's viewpoint that the general plan kind of dictates our guidelines, and the height is allowable. And so when you compare the facade, the height to what's in the area, we're comparing it to some very old, in my opinion, very ugly architecture. And so, yes, this will stand out. I feel like in a good way, though. I don't think in such a bad way. The retail aspect, I totally agree with, but I have to say, as a retailer myself, this is a terrible area to have retail location. I mean, it might be self-sustaining because of how many people would work in the office building. Maybe there's some sort of study or something that could bring that up, but I would love to have a retail location, but I'm certainly not going to haul my kids over half the town to go to a little coffee shop over on Anza and Airport. I mean, it's just not going to happen. So it's nice to have. I don't know if I'd want it as contingent, but all in all, I think it's an improvement for the area. And I know, life science R&D, we can't build it fast enough for the demand. And I love to have the tax dollars and the interest level coming to Burlingame. I think that's a great part of the general plan. And this is one of those, as the developer said, a hallmark type building. And I think that's really important to remember.
Thank you. Well, I'll wrap it up with a few comments. Because I've been a big proponent of the retail. I remember when it was Facebook at the drive-in site, and we were like at 26,000 square feet of commercial space that was going to be a windsurfing shop, and there was going to be a coffee shop and a sandwich shop and a bank and everything, because they were going to have complete command of all these people that were going to be working there. I don't think that this is necessary. I'm not looking for a place of people as a destination. It's going to be incidental to you going there. Even their renderings show people walking their little dogs, and an older couple I saw, and then there was a family with 2 little kids. Hey, they want an ice cream. Go over and get an ice cream. I mean, it might not even be a profitable space, but that's the community benefit that I'm looking for. I'm very disappointed in what we got over there at Burlingame Point. I brought it up 10 years ago when we were doing that Burlingame Point, but Kincaid's is out there all by itself, and it does really, really well. And the people that stay at some of those hotels are looking for a place that's not the buffet breakfast at the Embassy Suites. That's why that Red Top Inn does so well. It's open 24 hours. And so people go there from the hotels because the hotel breakfasts are not good. So if you had a little breakfast cafe, I guarantee you it would do great. And if the people of Burlingame found out it was great, they'd be riding their bikes out there every Saturday and Sunday morning. I guarantee it. Because I know I would, because I'm a sucker for a good breakfast. Anyways, back to the architectural part. I just think that I agree with the comments about this being a big, large, tall, skinny box. And if we go into the design guidelines that we have for the commercial design guidelines, point number 3 is compatibility of the architecture with the mass, bulk, scale, and existing materials of surrounding development and appropriate transitions to adjacent lower intensity developments and uses. And I don't see them achieving that goal with this. I get it that you want to maximize what you can, but I can guarantee you there are some smaller biotech companies that would go for a smaller building. So I really can't, I don't think I can go with the 226 feet. And I would really like to see a list and maybe a map, just a site kind of map of the buildings around it and the heights of what they are in our next meeting. And that's all I got. And unless Commissioner Camarado, got to get the last
Guys, I'm
word in.
sorry, but I would like the applicant to look at the Divco building that just came in front of us at our joint planning commission meeting, because I felt that building, although it's big and it's right there on the water, it is a beautiful architecturally. I think they did a really nice job. And that's something that I would look for on a project like this. I agree. I think it is too big, but if it was architecturally, and I know Gensler has it in them, I've seen what Gensler has done, and I want them to pull out the stops for this, because I know it can be done.
Okay. Thank you very much. And unless we have any other hands, which I don't see, then would someone like to make a motion?
Sure, Gall. Actually, we don't need a motion because this is coming back for regular action no matter what. So no motion needed.
Good deal. Well, we got 20 minutes to get through agenda item number 10, the commission reports. Are there any commissioners' reports? No commissioners reports. When do we go for the FYI? Is that under director's reports or is that after?
Yeah, we can do that now under director reports. So we have 2 FYI. Some I think were requested by the commission, others are being brought forward as proposed. So we have one at 2201 Hillside Drive and 1345 Vancouver. If anyone would like to pull either of these off for future review, please let me know.
I would like to pull 1345 Vancouver for review, please.
Okay. Anything, we can't discuss it, but anything specific on that?
The exterior. I'd like to have a discussion with the applicant regarding the exterior changes that they've made, that they've requested.
Got it. Okay.
And the
commissioners. Sorry, Commissioner Camardo and the balcony, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Say?
Yes, and I also want to pull that project. It was, I think, stated in somewhere that we would get an explanation for the proposed changes, but there was no explanation for the proposed changes. So I want to understand about that. I also want to ask if, Ruben, if you could have them label their drawings with approved and proposed. Right now, they all say I think they all say proposed. So it wasn't even clear what was the originally approved drawings.
Got it. Okay, we'll have them clarify that.
And if it's possible, could they put the front 2 elevations, the approved and the proposed, on the same page? And then the same with the left side, the right side. And also the window style has changed from what was on the approved plan. So if they could include that.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
Well, to the fairly new commissioners, Commissioner Lowenthal and Haran, welcome to a normal meeting. So we'll get you out of here before midnight. No, this one probably was a little longer than normal, but
yeah,
they all bounce out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all we had for this evening. So thank you all for your time.
All right, then I'm going to adjourn this.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to go at 11:40. Thank you, guys. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.